difficult to get 2 streams up and running at the same time. It should not be this difficult. Alright. I really got to figure out another way to do this. I thought I had it down, but at least it's working, so that's the good thing. Hey, James, how's it going? I do like this. I don't know who made it, but this has triggered so many people. Hey, happy Mirage release day. Wait, what's Mirage? John, I'm only joking. You don't need to send the Templars after me. It was a joke, okay? You don't need to send the Templars after me. I know what Mirage is. It's that thing that wastes my hard drive space. It's the Xbox Series X Junior. They actually tagged in Aaron Greenberg and asked him to repost his tweet. And he wouldn't do it. He was like, what are you trying to do? Get me in trouble or something? So, what have we all been playing? What have we all been doing? Looks like I'll be playing through Silent Hill F next. Apparently it's only about a 10-hour game, so that's good. Hopefully I'll be able to get through that in record time. I mean, racing games are racing games. They're always going to have a small thing. But games like Fable, I thought would have been up there. Gears, obviously, no one cares about. But Halo would have been up there, right? Considering how much these guys are bragging on about it. But I mean, GTA was obviously going to be there. Loads were snubbed, man. But for Game of the Year, Indiana Jones should have absolutely been there. Watched some Christmas films and played a little Assassin's Creed Mirage. I've been working all day. I can't believe that South of Midnight didn't make it in for the soundtrack. It almost feels like this whole thing was just crap. Leif, at this point, we don't even know if Witcher 4 is going to be a real thing. That video, that trailer that they showed, that gameplay trailer, was all just a tech demo. It's not real. That Unreal Engine tech demo that they showed, none of it is real, apparently. I mean, you can also use xCloud on there, so it's definitely an Xbox. Leaf was like, wait, why am I a pony? Wait, what did I do? I didn't say anything. Darren, I've got it in both mobile and desktop. So if you're watching it through YouTube Shorts, if you click through, it should come straight. Well, there should be an option in there. Maybe I should put the URL. Ghosty, you're watching the mobile mode. Bruno, Brandon, I mean, I appreciate you watching the mobile mode in vertical. But we have got the desktop version live as well. I mean, if this is for people on their phones, Gorsty, you're supposed to be watching the desktop mode. There was no other real way to do it. I even waited like 5 minutes before pushing the other one. Yeah, there's a desktop stream. I knew this was going to cause some confusion. Let's pin this. You blame Devin? I mean, we all blame Devin for that one. And your new name will be Confucius. Well, they say that if you vertically stream as well, that it will be better. So I decided to try it. I've been trying to get it right for the past since Thursday last week. It's been a massive pain getting it to work. But I think I've got it down, except half the people went over there and half the people are over here. But, you know, it's working. And you can see I'm monitoring both streams as well, so I'm on the ball today. I has had the drugs. Lost Soul Aside is thing. Good now? I'm sorry, man. Your PlayStation is now an Xbox. Honestly, Game of the Year means shit all. It's an arbitrary title voted on by a bunch of PlayStation fans because I'm a PlayStation. Wait, no, what? I totally missed that. Arbitrary voted on by a bunch of media outlets that are questionable anyway. Well, it's funny you should say that, right? It's funny you should say that because they nominated a game for debut indie title, and the company came out and said, "Bud, this isn't a debut game. We've made like a bunch of games, so yeah, we're gonna bow out of this. But hey, thanks for the nomination and everything. But see you later, suckers." Like, they don't even understand what they're doing. I find it funny that Bruno is still stuck on the other side and hasn't made it over this way. That was early access though, right? Early access doesn't count as a release. Yeah, I noticed that as well. The whole thing is messed up. The whole thing is messed up. It depends, Diablo. I feel like you're in the wrong stream. You should be on the desktop one. The purpose of this one is to get more people, get more engagement. The vertical one. I think having the vertical stream has confused a lot of people. I blame Devin. I totally blame Devin. Poor Bruno. Look at the pin title. I don't know how else to do it. There should be two. There is two streams. Oh, wait a minute. I think I fucked up. No, I didn't. I did not fuck up. You tried to think I'm making me fucked up, but I didn't mess up. You messed up. For a split second, I thought I left it as unlisted. Now that would have been bad. No, they're both live. Yeah, the vertical one is for those that are flicking through YouTube Shorts. So if they come across the stream and think it's interesting, they might jump in, drop us, subscribe to the channel if they like what they're hearing. That sort of thing. It's to increase engagement. It's to help people find the channel in more ways. That's all it's for. But I'm happy it's working. So that's a bonus. I don't really know how else to actually release both of the streams at the same time. Xander, Indiana Jones got snubbed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My Indiana Jones got snubbed. I think Indiana Jones just came out too early in the year. Everyone forgot about it. Everyone forgot about it. It did, Nunya. Like Indiana Jones. Diablo, on the vertical stream, at the top, I've pinned the desktop URL. So feel free to click that if you want to come over to the, horizontal stream, the normal one. I think Bruno just decided that he's done for the day. This was way too complicated. So he YOLO'd out. I'm not sure what happened to Brandon. I think Brandon is lost somewhere there too. Well, this is the thing. Everyone says now that Xbox is Game Pass. Game Pass is Xbox, and that is its new identity. So if that's the case, does that mean that Expedition 33 is Xbox? Bruno has to be different. Hey, Talos. But yeah, it looks like they're actually just nominating stuff that's not even supposed to be in their thing. Something. I mean, Yote didn't deserve it. Pure and simple. Resist it. I like it. I like it. I like the reference. I like the reference. Like I said, the number of people that have been upset about this. I mean, you can't play Call of Duty or Game Pass on the Steam machine. Literally not on Xbox. xCloud. And Microsoft allows xCloud installable on Steam OS. I've just been... I'm glad the Steam machine isn't an Xbox. Everything is Xbox. My bento is an Xbox. Nope, the ad said it wasn't a bento box. I've just been trolling people. There's so many people upset in here. Why are people so upset with this? Wait, is that the same Alex that was in my chat? It can't be. I don't get this picture at all. But there you go. Man, so many people. And I even posted up here. This isn't my doing, but it was bound to happen eventually. But so many people are upset with this. Hey, look. John, Steve told me that if I didn't vote for Minecraft as best adaptation, he wasn't going to send me my 5090. So I have to vote Minecraft. Hey, Pickle, how's it going? Oh, here he is. Here's the one. Here, he finally made it across. Yeah, and it's a timed exclusive, Nunya. Next year it'll be on Xbox and PC. It's a third-party exclusive. Microsoft Studios published Ninja Gaiden 4. That doesn't make it first party. But he said if I vote for Minecraft, he'll send it. So I'm voting Minecraft. I mean, James, they can deem it as what they want, but the reality is it's not. A first-party game is an IP owned by the publisher. Ninja Gaiden isn't an IP owned by them. I mean, I can even wave to the fact that if it's a first-party IP made by a third-party studio, it's still a first-party game, like Helldivers 2. That I can see, because it's a first-party IP. But it has to be a first-party IP. Regardless of who's publishing it, it has to be a first-party IP to be first-party. It's in the name, to quote EA Sports. Death Stranding isn't owned by Sony. The engine is, but the engine's also now part Kojima too. Or at least they can use it and port whatever they want. Kojima has the IP rights, yeah. He bought the IP rights. He bought it off Sony. Hey, Sanchez. How's it going, buddy? How's it going? Let's see, what can we go through today? There's quite a bit of Xbox stuff to get through today. I also want to actually just watch the nominations because they're only 10 minutes. But, man, it was crazy. Also, there's people going crazy on X as well, but that's no surprise. But I have to ask, folks, I've been looking into a comic book reader. Anyone recommend a tablet for a comic book reader that's not going to cost me a kidney? I've been recommended the Kobo e-reader. It's color, and apparently it's good. So, if that's your sort of thing and you know what you're talking about, Let me know. Send me some recommendations over Discord. I'd appreciate it. Tomb Raider 2012 is going to Switch 2. It's about all it can handle, John. It's about all it can handle. Let's just see how it runs. If it can handle 2012, we might get to 2015 someday. You know what I mean? I'm already giving one kidney for a graphics card. I need the other one. I need it. I need it, man. Yes. So I think that at 3:30 is the pre-show for the Golden Joystick. Then at 4 o'clock is the Golden Joystick Award. I think it's 90 minutes. Or is it an hour and 30 minutes is with the show? I'm not 100% sure. But either way, it said 90 minutes when they contacted me. So that should take it to 5:30. Then we'll have a half an hour interlude. And then at 6 p.m. we're going to go straight into the Xbox Showcase. So I'll be covering both from 6:30 to whenever the Xbox Showcase finishes. And then we'll probably chat a little bit more and then we'll finish early on Thursday. Considering I'll have been streaming for about, what, 4 or 5 hours at that point. Do you know what? I reckon Death Stranding 2 is going to take it. I think it will. Jeff Keighley loves Hideo Kojima. He would sell his kidney and his right limb if it meant being able to stand on stage with him again for another 5 minutes. I can totally see him giving it to Kojima just for the opportunity to be able to stand next to him again. Hey, Brothers Grimm, Jordan Walton. You found my vertical stream. There should be a pinned comment at the top if you want to come over to the vertical stream. I mean, to the horizontal stream, the usual stream. But you're more than welcome to stay on the vertical one as well. If you prefer that layout on your mobile phone. But we are doing both. We're doing both horizontal, which is the link at the top, and then we're doing the vertical for mobile users. Hey, Joey. If Death Stranding takes it, that would be a crime against Expedition 33. It absolutely would. Oh my god, Diablo found us! I mean, it should be showing both. Although the vertical one did go live after. Maybe I should have set them both live at the same time. I don't know. But that's why I put the link in the pin. Desktop stream at the top. Well, that's the problem with that sort of stuff, innit? What did you guys think about what is it? We're gonna check out the. Let me get the video ready for the nominations. Let's go through that. And while we're going through that, you guys can enjoy a bit of Atelier Wrestlerina. Some gameplay that I did the other time. So Concord was revived by fans of the series. They missed it so much, all 4 of them, that they decided that they were going to redo it. And so they did. And Sony stepped in and said, you got to take that shit down, buddy. I think that's a big thing. Hey, brothers, you're all good, man. What are you eating? And what you're sending me as a, you know, as an Uber Eats. I mean, the Wolverine one was taking the piss, right, Byron? That was stolen media, like out and out stolen media. But I don't know if they've taken Concord completely offline. And this is what I meant about Concord, right? They should always have left it alive. They should have just left it there as something that potentially could have done something. It clearly had its loyalists. It had people that really enjoyed the game. Like, there was like 6, 7 people that really loved it. And so you should have left it for those 6, 7 people. You never know. They might have hit like 10 by the end of the year. But then, you know, you guys ever seen that film Dumb and Dumberer? Where the woman tells him, you got a chance. And he goes like, what are we talking about? And she goes, 1 in a million. And he's like, so there's still a chance. You know, there's still a chance, right? Hey, thanks, Bruno. I've been watching that number like a hawk, watching it go up and down, up and down, up and down. It's scary. I don't want it to go back into the 7,000s. What we really need to do is get it to a...
Congrats Chaos on the 8K subs.
Hey, Ghosty, thank you for the £2 super chat. I appreciate it. Now what we need to do is get it to 9,000 by the end of the year. I believe in you folks, man. I believe in you. John, if we go 7, we're going backwards. We want to go forward. I got big dreams for this channel for next year. My milestones for next year is to have a video that does at least 100 views. It gets at least 5 likes. And a video that goes completely viral with not 100, but 500 views. That's my dream. That's my goal. So we need to get to 9,000. We need to get to 9,000 subs to make that dream come true. And then at 10,000, I will play whatever shit game you guys want me to play. Become a Nintendo channel? Fuck that. Like, literally, F that shit, boy. There's plenty that this guy will do. That shit ain't one of them. There you go, look, more King Kong. Look, there is nothing that's going to make me start a new Final Fantasy character. But there is a Expodium, I think, that allows me to show you all the cutscenes. We could sit there for like 3 hours watching those. I mean, bullets. Bullets. The ending to A Realm Reborn, the ending, when you finish the expansion, the actual ending to A Realm Reborn, I think is about 45 minutes to an hour. They never did that again. They learned the hard way that people didn't appreciate that. Although, to be fair to the developers, they do actually prompt, make sure you've got enough time to watch this, because there's going to be multiple sequences back to back that can't be stopped. But I really think they should have told you that it's going to be about 45 minutes to an hour. Because, yeah, no one saw that coming. Now they keep it in check. Now it's like 30 to 40 minutes. Byron, why would I want to do that? That sounds like torture. But no, Konami gave me a copy for Silent Hill F. So I'm gonna play through that. I need to play through that and make a video on it. So Friday I might be out. So I'll probably stream some on Saturday. Apparently it's a 10-hour game, so should finish it in 2 sittings, maybe. That's pretty much. But yeah, so that's the goal. That's the dream. Play BMX. Play Leisure Suit Larry. Yo, Grey Manad. Yovina. I appreciate you, Yovina Sanders. Just letting you know that at the very top there's a pinned message for those of you watching on mobile vertical. If you want to come over to the... I know some of you there are regulars that come over to the normal stream. You've jumped into the vertical stream, which are basically for those flicking through YouTube Shorts. So if you want to come over to the normal one, you're more than welcome to. You can stay there too. I'm happy for you to do anything. But right now, we're gonna check this shit out. And I don't know if we're gonna hear anything. Because for some weird reason, when I'm looking at my audio, hey, we got some subs. Thank you very much, dudes. Why is my audio missing? Well, hopefully this will play. Let me know if you can hear anything. Did you hear that? It doesn't look like you can hear it. What did I break? I broke something. I definitely broke something. Let's see. Yeah, the audio. You still can't hear it? You can't hear me on the other one? Nothing. Alright, let's see. That is totally weird. I'm getting no audio over. Let's see. Maybe this one will work.
11. Welcome to our 2025 Global Nomination Announcement Special.
I think this
Every
works.
year, we come together as a community to celebrate and, of course, debate the absolute best in video games. And, of course, also get a look at what's next.
That's gotta work. No, for some reason, one of my sources died. And when it died, I can't. So, what I've done on OBS, I've kind of numbered everything to a certain order. And then I've kind of linked those to multiple scenes. Then, while I was building the vertical stream and the horizontal stream, so they kind of both share the same scenes and stuff, so it's kind of like all simplified. Number 3 died, and then that had a chain reaction, and I haven't fixed the chain reaction. I just fixed what died. So I think this will be okay for now. If you're watching on the vertical stream, please do let me know if there is no audio, because I will need to fix that if there isn't. Hey, Starfield guy, how's it going, buddy? I fixed him. All right, you guys can hear him. Okay, good. This is announcing the nominees. Yes, Starfield guy. Just a reminder that we are doing 2 streams at the moment. You've got the normal YouTube stream, which is full screen, and the vertical one. So if you're watching on the vertical one and you want to come to the horizontal, you can do that. The link is at the top of the comment section. All right.
Our industry's most talented creators. This year, there have been so many incredible games created and updated, but only a handful have the honor of being selected as nominees for the Game Awards by our global voting jury.
So do you guys think that, considering we had like, what, 7 million games announced this year, that maybe they should have had more than 6 games at the nominees? Byron, what is up?
Who's in the running? Well, you're about to find out as we reveal this year's nominees across all the categories, and you can help select the winners by voting at thegameawards.com. All right, should we do it? Here's the first category. For Best Performance, the nominees are Ben Starr for Claire Obscure Expedition 33, Charlie Cox for Claire Obscure Expedition 33, Erika Ishii for Ghost of Yotei, Jennifer English for Claire Obscure Expedition 33, Konatsu Kato for Silent Hill F, and Troy Baker for Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
All right. Who wins? Who's going to Windows? I think Ben Starr is cool in this, but I think he's much better at being Clive. Then you got Charlie Cox, who's amazing, but he's much better as Daredevil. Then you got Jennifer English, who's great in this role, but also amazing as Carlota in Wuthering Waves. I'm glad that she got a nomination. I've only heard her a little bit in Silent Hill F, and I'm going to be playing it on Saturday at the very latest. So if you want to check out that stream where I sit down and play it as a potential review, feel free to join us on Saturday. But Troy Baker, for me, encapsulated Harrison Ford to perfection. I think it has to go to Troy Baker, right? It has to go to Troy Baker. Look, it's gotta be Indiana Jones, man. There's no biasness here, right? There's no biasness here, right? There is zero biasness here. It has to be Indiana Jones. Daredevil is not better than Indy. You saw what happened when a guy pulled a machete at a gunfight. The gunfight wins every single time. Exactly, James. That's the point I'm making. His performance was insanely good. Like, there were certain parts where I literally couldn't tell the difference. Mate, that guy lied being blind. He got caught red-handed by his girlfriend, and then she bitch slapped him and he went away. And she left him for good. He ain't blind. I'm just saying. Look, it might be an E333, but my vote goes to Troy. He did real good in this one. I know people don't normally like Troy, but my guy did Harrison Ford proud.
Troy Baker for Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. For Best Ongoing Game, the nominees are Final Fantasy XIV, Fortnite, Helldivers 2, Marvel Rivals, and No Man's Sky.
All right. Best ongoing game. Now, as much as I want to say Final Fantasy XIV for this one, Dawn Trail was an absolute train wreck disaster. There's no two ways about it. I'm still going to say that. But I think Rivals will win it because, look, I think her name is. What was her name that came in recently? Especially in her swimsuit outfit, that is going to get all the best votes. Byron, yes, he did. I think it was what was her name? Storm, not Storm. I think was it Jane Frost? Or was it Susan Frost? Debbie from Dallas. But yeah, after I saw a clip today with people, there was people crying about Gambit, right? Like, oh, Gambit this and stop playing Gambit and all this, and I'm just seeing a bunch of butt naked Emma Frosts running around the field, and I'm like, my guys, why are you crying about a Gambit when you got Emma Frost running around literally clapping her cheeks? I didn't even get it. Clearly, Marvel Rivals knows what it's doing. Sue Storm. I thought so. I thought it was Sue Storm. But yeah, she clapping her cheeks like there's no tomorrow. And then I'm like, my guys, you got a bunch of grown nerds arguing about, oh, you're going 3 and 5. You're going 5 and 3. And then I'm just watching Sue Storm clapping her cheeks all the way across. Like clap, 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 clap. I'm like, how do you even concentrate? She be chucking nuts and nuts. But I think Rivals will win that hands down. I need to play some more of Rivals. I enjoyed what I played it when I was playing it. I don't know why I stopped, honestly. But yeah, I think it's Final Fantasy 14 definitely kind of with Dawn Trail fell off hard. The expansion just didn't hit. They decided to do something different and it didn't work. Fortnite is whatever. And No Man's Sky never wins.
Sky. For Best Mobile Game, the nominees are Destiny Rising,
Nope.
Persona 5, The Phantom.
This game came out and it was amazing. And then Sega said, you know what? We're doing real good. So let's screw everyone with the monetization. Let's go. And then it didn't do so well.
X, Sonic Rumble.
This game has every single bad monetization under the sun and then some. It makes games like Fortnite, Roblox look amateur.
Uma Masume, Pretty
This was just a trend, a gimmick, and it died pretty quick.
Derby, and Wuthering Waves.
Clearly, this is going to win. This is the best mobile game in the list, and probably the best mobile game out there right now. Wuthering Waves is just phenomenal. If you haven't played it, I highly recommend you check it out. The original 1.0 story is a little meh for some people. I found it interesting, but it really picks up in 2.0. But it's a phenomenal game, and the combat is just insane, parrying everything. So if you get the chance to check it out, it's free to play. Absolutely give it a try. It's available on PlayStation, PC, and mobile. But it is really, really good. Hey, look. But yeah, Wuthering Waves, definitely check it out. It is great. That's going to win. Ponies disagree. The best mobile game is nah, Persona 5 shouldn't win. I mean, they don't deserve it. After what they did with their monetization, they really screwed things up. Apparently, Sony got 18 nominations, but only 3 release games. Yeah, but only one first party game, right? And that's Ghost of Yotei. The other's a third party, which are coming to other platforms. You're watching Xbox Partner Preview on Thursday? I am gaming. I'm going to start with the Golden Joystick Award show, and then I'm going to be moving over to the Xbox Partner show. So we're going to do both. So hopefully I'll see you all there. Best Art Direction. South of Midnight has to be in this.
This year's nominees for Best Art Direction are Clara Obscure, Expedition 33, Death Stranding 2, On the Beach, Ghost of Yotei, Hades 2, and Hollow Knight Silksong.
How is South of Midnight not in this? I mean, I know I literally made the video last night, but I've already forgotten what was in here. But how is South of Midnight not in this? How is Keeper not in this? I don't think I mentioned Keeper in my video last night, which I think only like 300 people watched. But how is Keeper not in this? There's no shot. Both of those games should have been in here. Like, I get the art direction for Expedition 33, right? But what art direction was there in Death Stranding 2? It was going for kind of like a futuristic realism rather than a creative look. Like, don't get me wrong, I think Death Stranding 2 looks amazing, by the way. I'm a huge fan of Death Stranding 2. I'm not gonna, like, diss it in that way, but I just don't think it was right for this category. I tried to warn you, Shredder, but would you listen to me? No! Because they're Xbox games, the Xbox tax is real. I mean, I get it. Fuck, let's get else we can get. I mean, yeah, and as a going back, but it should have been in there, man. It should have been in there. I feel Hades just is a waste in this category. Is a waste.
And Hollow Knight Silksong. For Best Score in Music, leveled up by Spotify, the nominees are Christopher Larkin for Hollow Knight Silksong, Darren Korb for Hades 2, Lorian Testar for Claire Obscure Expedition 33, Toma Otoa for Ghost of Yotei, and Woodkid and Ludwig Forsell for Death Stranding 2 On the Beach.
Like, how is South of Midnight not there for best music? Now, I get Expedition 33. I literally put my Xbox on just so I can listen to the main theme music, like, a lot. I really should just load the track up on YouTube, but, you know, I'm working. So that's how much I actually really love the music in Expedition 33. But South of Midnight's music was on point, phenomenal, and so directional. I've played the beta gaming. I never played the official release, although I've been told there's not much difference between the two. Yo, Shinzo. What's up with that? What's up? Hey, big man. What's up? Hey, My DJ is an Xbox. What you gonna say about that, Bruno? Huh? I know it's free to play. The problem is I'm playing too many free to play games. I can see some of my regulars over on the vertical stream. There's a link pinned at the top that will send you straight to the horizontal normal stream. I don't know why it's YouTube's only showing one stream. It's a bit stupid, so I'm gonna have to figure that out for Thursday stream and see what I'm doing because that's dumb. But yeah, if you see the pin stream at the top, that's where you want to go. It should be this one. Gaming, I'm playing. Yeah, I'm playing at the moment in terms of free to play. I'm playing Genshin Impact. I'm playing Wuthering Waves, and I'm playing Duet Night Abyss, as well as a bit of Terra Fantasy. So I'm juggling enough as it is. I can't really add any more to my free to play list. I've even had to drop Nikkei, even though that's got a phenomenal story, like one of the best you'll actually play through. Gameplay is just nothing, but the story is phenomenal. They really should just turn that into an animated series. It's really damn good. But yeah, I've had to drop a few because I just don't have time. I've also dropped my Twitch streaming, as you're aware. I've passed it on to my son for those that want to check that out. But yeah, I want to focus now more on YouTube content, videos, shorts, and everything else. Really pushing it in 26 to get to 15K subs. So let's make it happen, boys! All right, let's look at best audio design. But yeah, they got snubbed. But who do you think's gonna win on this one? I think Expedition 33 will probably take it. Ghost of Yota has the same music as the original, right? At least it sounded like it. Death Stranding had some nice music too, but I think Expedition's gonna take it. Yeah, that's fine. Brothers, stay in the main. Play BMX XX. No, you're good.
Expedition 33, Toma Otoa for Ghost of Yotei, and Woodkid and Ludwig Forcell for Death Stranding 2 on the Beach. The best audio design nominees are Battlefield 6, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, Death Stranding 2 on the Beach, Ghost of Yotei, and Silent Hill F. Best adaptation.
See, I think that I haven't played Silent Hill F. I've only watched it on YouTube a little bit, like maybe about 10 minutes tops, which is why I can't really judge it. But from what I've seen, the nuances, the little creaks and the sounds and the sound effects, the ambient effects were really nice within that 10-minute trailer that I watched. Death Stranding 2 also has a lot of that. I'm not sure if in terms of sound design, E33 will fit in it. It's definitely going to get the music, but in terms of the sound design, and I assume that's talking about, the kind of ambient sounds and stuff like that. And if that is the case, I think it's going to be between Death Stranding 2 and potentially, what is it? Silent Hill F. You will on Saturday, tell us, because you're going to turn up to my stream and watch me playing it. That's right. That's exactly what's going to happen, and you're going to care on Saturday, and you're going to turn up. All right.
Was added to the Game Awards in 2022 to recognize an outstanding show, movie, or other creative work inspired by and based on an established video game world. Here are this year's nominees for Best Adaptation. A Minecraft movie.
That's
Devil
wanting
May
it.
Cry,
No.
Splinter Cell Death
No.
Watch, The Last of Us Season
No.
2, and Until Dawn.
No. Look, I'm sorry, but no matter how much Steve hates me for this one, where is it? Minecraft movie is going to win this hands down. Talos, trust me, it's not horror. My insider source told me on, and he's totally reliable. He's legit. Like, if I could tell you his name, you'd understand. But for security reasons, I can't. But I'm sure you trust my insider source. But yeah. Split the cell, split the cell, split the cell, split the cell. Nah, Minecraft movie's gonna take this, man. Minecraft movie gonna take this easy. No, the movie was great. Don't say that, Paris. Don't do this to me. My life is over. Don't. Xbox can't be dead. Someone's gonna clip me now. What up, Paris? How's it going, buddy? Look, Paris agrees that Minecraft movie is going to win this. I know he enjoyed this movie. He went and watched it with his kid. He must have. And he enjoyed this movie. There's no shot he did not enjoy this movie. Anything Jack Black in? What? Come on. Come on. A Minecraft movie was amazing. There was nothing wrong with it. This film was so stupid and funny. It was perfect. Paris has got. What do you mean? So, like, 90% of the nation has bad taste.
Minecraft movie, Devil May Cry, Splinter Cell Death Watch, The Last of Us Season 2, and Until Dawn. For Best Narrative, the outstanding nominees are Claire Obscure Expedition 33, Death Stranding 2, On the Beach, Ghost of Yotei, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and Silent Hill F.
All right. I'm going to be straight up honest with you guys. I can't choose right now between Expedition 33 and Death Stranding 2. In fact, for Best Narrative, I think Death Stranding might win this. I mean, they did have one, Ghosty. They turned it into that multiplayer game that they closed down. I forgot its name now. You think Expedition 33 will win this? Seriously, the story in Death Stranding 2 was really good, folks. It was really, really good. The side stuff was just pants. It was boring. The side deliveries, you do a little bit so you can get some skills and some, upgrades and stuff. But once you're good, you just ignore them entirely and play the main story quest. And it becomes so much more, like, interesting. But when things start to unravel, and when the truth finally hits, man, it's deep. No, I don't think. I think Expedition 33 will win Game of the Year. If it doesn't, the whole system is rigged. We all know that Expedition 33 is going to win it. But if Death Stranding 2 does win it, it is rigged to living hell. But in terms of narrative, I will give it. I don't know. This is a really tough call for me. Really, really tough call. Kingdom Come Deliverance suit, mate, that would be the funniest thing ever if it did win. I said I think it, like, my gut instinct is that Jeff Keighley is going to force through Death Stranding. If it's fair, Expedition 33 will win. But Jeff Keighley will sell his left kidney if it means to stand on stage with Hideo Kojima. You know, he loves that guy like family. So he would do anything to have another opportunity to stand by him. That includes giving him the win and not reading out the true winner. Byron, did you play Death Stranding 2? Because I don't understand how you can say that there was no emotion, pain, or anything in Death Stranding 2 if you've played it. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and, you know, try and convince anyone, but what I don't like is people saying something is bad just because it's on a rival platform. Brothers, I assumed so as well. I mean, the public voting doesn't do anything. It's pretty much what Gorsty put up there, in my opinion. I think the actual nomination weight is done in that way. Like, the community only gets like a 10% vote, which is silly. But yeah, to say that there was no emotion in Death Stranding 2 is not true, man. You got to give credit where credit's due. Sure, it is a walking simulator. Sure, it is pretty much just delivering packages from one place to the other. But the narrative that continues, it's the narrative that you're playing it for. You know, you've got other bits of gameplay and building the whole of America and Mexico and stuff and Australia, but you're really playing it for the narrative. Whereas in Expedition 33, it's a more complete package. You've got the gameplay, you've got the narrative, you've got everything. So Expedition 33 is a more complete package than Death Stranding 2, and that's why it should win. It's not an Xbox game. How can it be an Xbox tax? If Expedition 33 doesn't win, all it'll prove is that the Game Awards is a fraud. And that's it. All it will prove is that the Game Awards are a fraud, they are fixed, and at the end of the day, next year, I'll only turn up just for the trailers. I won't even care for making a video on the nominees if I'm still making content by then. Like, seriously, I've played both. I'm not denying Death Stranding 2's ability, but it's not a fully complete. It doesn't tick every box. I get that, Leaf, but this is like hand in hand. E33 should win this without fail. Whereas Baby Steps still making its way. All right, let's continue.
Best Community Support celebrates game developers who continually and transparently engage, support, and respond to their
Yeah, I
players.
don't care about this.
This year's nominees are Baldur's Gate 3,
I just noticed that Destiny wasn't in this.
Fortnite, Helldivers 2, and No Man's Sky. Your nominees for Games for Impact are Consume Me, Despelote, Lost Records Bloom and Rage, South of Midnight, and Wonderstop.
All right. When it says Games for Impact, what does that actually mean? Does it mess up? I don't actually. Well, I mean, PlayStation fans, Darren, say that Xbox is now Game Pass. Game Pass is Xbox. Xbox isn't a thing. So you guys need to make up where you stand with this one. Boom is only saying what you guys are talking about. You guys are the ones that are saying Xbox is dead, Game Pass is the platform. So if Game Pass is the platform, you guys are making the rules that technically means Expedition 33 Day 1 is an Xbox thing, is a Game Pass thing. You guys are making the rules, and now you're trying to backtrack it when someone like Boom comes out and says that it's a Xbox affiliated thing. No, but that's not what PlayStation fans are saying. PlayStation fans are saying that Xbox is dead and that Game Pass is the platform. So if Game Pass is the platform, that means Expedition 33 Day 1 is an Xbox thing. It's a Game Pass thing, and Game Pass is associated with Xbox. And so it becomes part of Xbox. You guys are making the rules. And this is the problem with PlayStation fans. You guys move that goalpost so much that eventually you collide into each other, and you're stuck in a situation now where you don't know which way to turn. Do you shit on the people that you follow as PlayStation fans for chatting shit and bullshit? Or do you actually agree with what I'm saying as an Xbox fan? Both of them don't look good because both optics mean that you're agreeing with me and shitting on any PlayStation pundit out there. The goalposts just need to stop moving. The goalposts just need to stop moving. You guys are the ones that are making the rules. But that's what you guys are saying. You guys are saying that Game Pass is Xbox. And so games coming day one on the Game Pass as a service means that Xbox gamers day one are getting games, day one, Game of the Year games on their platform. It's good to go. What you should be saying is Game Pass is a service of Xbox, but Xbox is the brand, but you guys don't want to say that. You guys want to elevate Game Pass. And so Game Pass gets, day one games and puts it on there. And they're happy days. I would go back to your PlayStation cronies and turn around and tell them they need to stop with this whole stupidity and silliness. And then the goalposts, while you start moving them, they won't start colliding and making, you guys look silly. Mate, he's already writing it down. But yeah, what does the most impact mean? Is it like a heartfelt storytelling? What does it mean? Oh, really, Leaf? Jesus, that's dark. You know, people are saying that Ninja Gaiden is first party. It's clearly not. It's not made by a Microsoft studio, and it's not owned by Microsoft Studio either, regardless of whether they published it or not. I'm fair, right? I'm fair. I am, I will say something as fair as it openly is. But if the PlayStation fans want to make a narrative, I will follow that narrative when it bites them in the backside and when it makes them look silly. And I will champion it because they're the ones that set the rules. And so they can't make rules when it suits them and then turn around and say, oh, no, this isn't how it is when it doesn't suit their narrative. Because at that point, nothing they say, not that it actually is valuable, but has any worth to it. And then you do have to wonder why people even listen or follow what they say if they're going to change everything dependent on which way the wind blows. Just saying. But that said, Games for Impact, I have no idea what it means, but I'm going to give it to South of Midnight because that game was good. So there's a category called Games for Impact, right? And I don't really understand
Your nominee.
what this actually means. Let's see if we can fix this. Make this a little better for people watching. Yeah, like that. All right, let's continue. But I think South of Midnight will win this.
For Games for Impact are Consume Me, Despelote, Lost Records Bloom and Rage, South of Midnight, and Wonderstop. In the category of Best Multiplayer, the nominees are Arc Raiders, Battlefield 6, Elden Ring Night Rain, Peak, and Split Fiction.
All right, this is actually a good category. So we got Battlefield 6, which is doing phenomenal right now. We got Arc Raiders, which is doing great. Peak, I know my kid loves this. It's a really good multiplayer. But Split Fiction did amazing numbers and amazing reviews at the time when it released. Although the guy got a lot of hate for it. But I think this can go like any way. There's a lot of games here that I think, could definitely.
Best Multiplayer, the nominees are Arc Raiders.
This is definitely an acquired taste, especially if you like to grief and betray people and stab them in the back. If you've watched Gaz, you'll understand what I'm talking about. But it's an acquired taste. Even though it's doing really, really well at the moment, it is still an acquired taste. Battlefield 6 is doing phenomenal. It is delivering on all fronts at the moment, except for the big maps. And yeah, it's doing really great.
Elden Ring
Night Rain has improved and they've added more support to it and lower parties as well. So, From Software is really trying to push this and maintain it, which is great.
Peak and
that's good. I've not played it, I've not seen it, but my kid loves it with his friends.
Split Fiction.
And I've seen a lot of people, and I've seen this like loads. Where was what at the awards?
Best Independent Game celebrates games with a high degree of risk tolerance, produced outside the traditional publisher system. Those nominees are Absolem, Ball Pit, Blueprints, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, Hades 2, and Hollow Knight Silksong.
All right, so I think we can all agree that Expedition 33 is going to win this, right? Where was that at the awards? This is the awards. Or are you asking what category? If you're asking the category, it was under multiplayer. John, that's a good question. I think it falls under family. But that's a good question. The new Sonic Racing game is phenomenal. But best independent game, Expedition 33, I think is going to win this hands down. There's just like no two ways about this. Is that confirmed, Gorsty? The Sonic Racing game.
Clair Obscur Expedition 33, Hades 2, and Hollow Knight Silksong. Best Debut Indie Game recognizes a development team that hasn't won a Game Award before. In fact, these teams published their first game this year. The nominees are Blueprints.
Blueprints is great. Best debut indie game. This doesn't make sense because, as I've just been told earlier today, these the publisher has published many games. I guess maybe this is the studio's first game, but is it the studio's first game? But I think it was Leaf that said they've released multiple games, so this isn't their debut indie game. Leaf, it's because that game isn't a PC game. It's not a game that appeals to PC gamers. It's a game that appeals to console gamers. It's aimed at a different demographic. And this is the thing, like people often just look at Steam charts for games and their numbers. It's not always accurate. It's really not. It doesn't ever tell you the full picture. And it never will, unless the game is only available on Steam. It can give you pictures sometimes, but just because a game has low Steam numbers doesn't mean the game is doing bad. If there's multiple outlets for that game to be played, it's a thing. On average, Leaf, people often laugh at like a game selling 1 or 2 million, but for most studios, that's actually a really good number, right? They actually really like that number. It's a good number. It's a healthy number. Oh, damn. I'm going to show you guys something later. A friend of mine just sent me. Wait, someone joined the Discord and left already? That was quick. Deleted user. Or were they one of those art people again? All right, I like that, Bruno. I like that. I like that. That is cool. I know Bruno isn't there, but that is cool. Split Obscure is a debut indie title. Are all those games part of the same company? Right, I see. I see what you're saying.
Flare Obscure Expedition
Who did drop
33,
it? I have no idea,
Despelote,
Ghosty.
Dispatch,
It's
and
deleted user.
Megabomb.
Someone
For
new.
best VR AR
Oh, look,
game,
look, look, look.
33, Despelote, Dispatch, and
So Dispatch is one that could take this as well. This is doing phenomenally well at the moment. I see. Yeah, but who developed? Publish is one thing, developed is another. Pepper may have published it, but who developed Expedition 33 or Sandfall? What other games has Sandfall made? This game is doing the rounds right now. My social media feed has blown up. So I'm thinking of playing through this and checking it out myself as well. Although the developer has said that there are some deleted scenes that they're thinking of putting back in because they regret taking them out. So I'm gonna give it like about a month before I sit down and play this. Maybe they'll add it back in because they've talked about wanting to add those in. But this game seems to it's basically like an interactive visual novel, but it's supposed to be like damn good. Technically, it's a bit weird, but what this section here is for, it's not a publisher, but it's a studio. The indie company basically is Sandfall. So that's why it's in here.
Megabomb.
And Megabonk has already said, piss off, this isn't my first game. I'm out. So this has already come out. I wonder if they're going to replace it with something else. Bit like a Telltale game. Yeah, it is, John. It does suck that it's not on Xbox. Sandfall E33 is their first game, and that's why it's in there. Yep, I know. It's mainly there just to find for people to find as they're flicking through, Darren. And if they like what they see, they can think. You know how YouTube Shorts are. It's going to appear in the YouTube Shorts section. So the idea is for them to check out that stream. If they like it and like what they're seeing, they can jump over here, which is why I pinned the mainstream. So it's mainly to get people over here to get them to subscribe, and it's just trying to find more people. The fact that this is working really well, I'm gonna add a third stream for the next one. I'm gonna add TikTok as well. So the more people the more awareness I can get for my main channel, the better it is for me because it's just pushing it out there and trying to get more people in. And so the more places I'm streaming to that can funnel that resources here and get them to subscribe here, as well as over at the other, TikTok and stuff like that, because I've started posting on TikTok as well. So definitely follow me over there as well if you want to see content there for shorts. But yeah, I'm trying to kind of funnel it in here to try and get as much engagement as I can. Like I said, now that I've stopped Twitch, I'm really doubling down, tripling down, and just working really hard to promote this channel and make it as good as it can be. And that's why I'm doing, more reviews now and more previews and more indie games and stuff like that, which I hope you guys are enjoying. I know some of them are hit and miss, but I do appreciate the support. Dispatch.
For best VR AR game, the nominees are Alien Rogue Incursion, Arcan Age, Ghost Town, Marvel's Deadpool VR,
That's gonna win it, hands down, right? I don't think anything else is gonna win it. I know Aliens is there, but Deadpool's gonna win.
and The Midnight Walk. For Content Creator of the Year, the nominees
How was I not nominated in this? Like, this is sacrilege. This is like, come on. If there was ever a time that you guys were gonna nominate me, this was it. This was it. You guys had one job.
are Cadril, Kai Sanat, Moist Critical, Sakura Miko, and The Burnt Peanut.
I mean, you guys even voted for the burnt peanut before me. You guys voted for a peanut before you voted for me. Goddamn, Steve. I've heard of about 2 or 3 of them, and that's it. Isn't Deadpool out yet? I mean, it looked way fun. I mean, I thought it was out. I was going to buy it for my kid for Christmas. Beside a guy and a long-haired guy.
Burnt Peanut. Part of the Game Awards is looking forward to what's next. And don't worry, we'll have lots of games to announce for you on December 11th. But what's the most anticipated upcoming game? Here are the nominees based on currently announced titles. 007 First Light.
Are people really looking forward to this game? I was really surprised to see First Light. I don't know, it looks okay, and I'm happy that we're getting like another Uncharted style of game that's landing, because we really need another one. There's been a massive gap, but I didn't really think that people were looking, like, in terms of like most anticipated game, that this was going to beat the likes of like Gears E-Day or Fable or, you know, the new Superman game. Wait, if I say that, Angry Joe might get excited.
Grand Theft Auto.
Clearly, Grand Theft Auto is not going to win this, right? Do you think Neil of Young Ones? I've never thought about it, Darren. No, I'm not saying it's a bad game, brothers. That's not what I'm saying. Like I said, I think, you know, the market has a gap in it for games like that, where something needs to come in and fill that itch. I'm just saying, in terms of my most anticipated, that wouldn't be there for me. And I'm not a huge fan of Hitman, although the VR Hitman is amazing. I just can't play for too long. But if you have tried Hitman, definitely think. Also, once we finish this, let's do a giveaway of a couple of game codes. They are PC, but let's do a giveaway after we finish this. Grand Theft Auto 6 ain't even coming out next year. But it's gonna win, right? Then what's the point of this category at all? Why don't they just say the most anticipated game is GTA 6, GTA 6, GTA 6, GTA 6, and GTA 6? Anything else after GTA is not even point even talking about.
6, Marvel's Wolverine, Resident Evil Requiem, and The Witcher 4. The best action.
I mean, nothing is going to beat GTA 6 in the most anticipated, so they can put as many big hitters in there as they want. GTA 6 is going to win that, hands down. Hey, Sin.
Adventure game nominees are Death Stranding 2 On the Beach, Ghost of Yote, Hollow Knight Silksong, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, and
Clearly, that is going to win this category. If it doesn't win it, this is complete fraud, debunked, everything. It's trash.
Split Fiction.
But everyone agrees that Indiana Jones is going to win this, right? Can we all agree that Indiana Jones is going to win this? Or at least deserves to win this? Hey, Bullets. Let's not start that now, right? But Indy has to win this. This game was phenomenal. Indy was great. He found a great circle.
Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, and Split Fiction. For Best Role-Playing Game, the jury selected Avowed, Clear.
I mean, this is harsh. Because Claire's going to win this.
Obscure Expedition 33, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Monster Hunter Wilds, and The Outer Worlds 2.
I think a bunch of games here really got snubbed. There is Trails of the Sky Chapter 1 that's basically just completely been told to piss off. That got released this year, which I think should have been nominated. And there's a few other JRPGs that I think came out this year that really should have been in here, or just RPGs in general. I don't know. I know this category was quite full this time round. We had some really good RPGs. People are well pissed that Avowed is in here, but I thought Avowed was a decent game. Now, is it game of the year? Like, is it categorized for this? Maybe. I think it stands a fair shot. But, this is going to win.
Expedition 33, Kingdom Come Deliverance.
I know people love this game, like, to death. So, it's definitely going to have its thing. But clearly, Expedition 33 is going to win this.
2, Monster Hunter Wilds.
I don't see how this is a role-playing game. Like, I literally don't see how this is a role-playing game. But I do feel that this one should have been replaced for something like what is it? Trails of the Sky Chapter 1. I think that should have been replaced for this, because that's just a full-on RPG.
Wilds and The Outer Worlds.
This one is fine. I've heard really nice things about this game. Haven't had a chance to play it yet. But it fits into the RPG genre. I just think there were so many games this year that they should have expanded the number of allocated slots that you could have. I think keeping it to that 6 was really harsh. Mate, at that point, Spider-Man's a role-playing game, right? You role-play Spider-Man. Let's not become Reforged now. God damn it. Yeah, we spoke about that a little earlier, Darren. It's a shame that Sony decided that they're gonna be dicks about it and turned around and basically shut it down. They sent them a cease and desist. Man, at this point, every game is a role-playing game because you're not actually in the game. You're playing the role of someone else. But come on, I know how people want to dilute that message. And they want to dilute the whole RPG and everything. I don't get why people want to do that. I don't understand the logic behind it. I don't understand why people have to manipulate something that has been gospel and truth for the past 20 years. And just because it doesn't suit their narrative, they want to change and stretch the meaning. Spider-Man is not an RPG. You can call it whatever. Mate, at this point, if Spider-Man's an RPG, it's also a racing game. That's all I'm saying. I know some people want to call it an RPG, a role-playing game, but at this point, it's as close to a racing game than it is to an RPG. That's all I'm saying. I'm only using Spider-Man as an example because that was the one that started this whole controversy off. Not that because I got anything against the game. I enjoyed Spider-Man 2.
2. In the category of Best Fighting Game, the nominees are 2XKO, Capcom Fighting Collection 2, Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, and Virtua Fighter 5.
Alright, so I got no skin in this. I don't play
Devastator
these games
2000
anymore.
celebrates 24 months of membership.
Hey, Devastator, thank you for the 24 months membership. I appreciate you, buddy. I got no skin in this one. I don't play fighting games anymore. I don't find them fun. But as someone who's an avid Sega fan, I've worked there. It was like my dream job until, the pay was really bad and I had to leave out of necessity rather than wanting to leave. I had a family to feed at the end of the day, and the money you're getting paid there was really, 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 really bad. So kind of sucked because I was moving up in the company as well. But I'll always have love for my Sega, so I'm gonna go Virtua Fighter 5. It's purely biased why I'm voting for Virtua Fighter 5. I ain't even gonna hide it. My love for Sega will always be there. My love for Square Enix will always be there. But I'm going for Virtua Fighter 5 for this purely because I'm a Sega fan.
Spider-Man is an action game with very not RPG.
Devastator, that's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Sony isn't monetizing it anyway, Darren. They've shut it down. It's gone. They've lost their money. They're not bringing it back. No, it is a remake, Bags. I've already told you why I'm voting for it. I've already told you why I'm voting for it. Table cancelled. Wait, are you substituting for Steve now? Shame on you, Bags. Shame on you. But yeah, that is why I'm going with Virtua Fighter.
Revo World Stage. The nominees for Best Action Game are Battlefield 6.
Okay, so is Battlefield 6 really an action game?
The nominees for Best Action Game are Battlefield 6.
Does this really classify as an action game? Wouldn't something like, I don't know, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound or Shinobi... I think Shinobi is in this. You think it is? An action game? Hey, Ghosty, you're stretching that real far. It's a first-person shooter, man. This is not an action game. This should not be in this category. I'm sorry. There is no reason why this should be in this category. If this is in this category, Arc Raiders should be in this category. You got multiplayer instead, Diablo, which is specifically for these. This is not an action game.
6. Doom the Dark Ages.
This would be classified as an FPS action game.
Hades 2,
Ninja Gaiden 4 is an action game, and it should win this, hands down, easy.
Gaiden 4, and Shinobi Art of Vengeance.
Shinobi Art of Vengeance is another one that's going to challenge Ninja Gaiden, but Ninja Gaiden Ragebound was snubbed. That should have been there. That should have replaced Battlefield 6. Ghosty, I thought we had an understanding. that we left the stupid to Steve. Ever since Steve isn't here, I'm seeing a bunch of people trying to compensate for him. I get your guys' love and thing for him, but you don't need to drop to his level, man. You don't need to do this to yourselves. First Bags, now you? I'm covering shit. But realistically speaking, this should go to either Ninja Gaiden 4 or Shinobi. For those that haven't played Shinobi, shame on you. You absolutely should play this. It is really, really good. Even if you just play the demo just to see what it's like, it does have a demo. It's really, really good. Baby steps. No. All right. That's it. Detention for him, mate. Detention. There's not even anything I can say to that. Even the skull emoji isn't enough for that one. Maybe 3 skull emojis, but 1 is insufficient. Avowed was a mixed bag for me. Don't get me wrong, I haven't finished it yet. So I haven't finished how it is. I'm about, I'd say, a third of the way through. But it's a mixed bag for me. I like what it's doing, but it never really took any risks. It never really took, it didn't try it to be more. It played it safe. Like the third that I've played it already, it's just playing it safe. Well, yeah, generic. Generic, I think, is a bit too harsh. It reminds me of is it Gears 4 or Gears 5, where it never really pushed the boundaries of what it could do. It just decided to play it safe and just continue going. Hey, what's up, Steve? And so that's how I see Avowed. It just played it safe all the way through. And if you don't take any risks and you stay flatlined all the way through, eventually at some point, interest wanes off. And that's what's happening with that game. So that's how I see it. And that's the problem I see with it. I feel like games need to take risks in the story, need to take risks in the gameplay. At some point, it needs to build up to something. But with Avowed, it never really did. And from what I know of the story, it doesn't either. And I've had a lot of it spoiled to me. And so it kind of just continues along that tread in a steady pace. And it never really becomes what it was supposed to be. Almost like the developers were too scared to try something creative or really take that risk in the event that they may have really screwed things up and people wouldn't have liked it. But I think that's kind of like what they really needed to do with that game, and they didn't do it. Avowed is your game of the year, and I've got no problem with that, dude. Like I said, it's a fun game. Avowed was just missing a flying broom.
A vengeance. Innovation and accessibility celebrates games that are making our industry available and enjoyable to more people. The nominees for innovation and accessibility are Assassin's Creed Shadows, Atomfall, Doom the Dark Ages, EA Sports FC 26, and South of Midnight. Next up,
Clearly, South of Midnight is going to win that just to piss off John.
Best Family Game. The nominees are Donkey Kong Bonanza, Lego Party, Lego Voyagers, Mario Kart World, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, and Split Fiction.
So Split Fiction was good. I'm not really sure if it fits into this category. Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, I think, has a really good chance. I know Mario Kart didn't really take off, did it? It's been a mixed bag for Mario Kart, really. But Donkey Kong Bonanza has a really good chance of winning this. I think it's between Donkey Kong and Sonic Racing. I think it's going to be between Donkey Kong Bonanza and Sonic Racing. I mean, J Blaze, I get it. I mean, look at just look at Call of Duty as an example, right? For years, people have been saying, "Hey, COD, do something different." You know, we're sick of the military style shooting game, and so they did something different, and they made it different. You know, with the story, and everyone hated it, or at least they are saying they hate it for clicks. I don't know. I actually think it was a good game. It wasn't a great game, but I enjoyed what I played. I don't like the fact that it's always online, the fact that you can't pause the game, and the biggest kicker is the fact that if you're playing solo, it will time you out. I think that's stupid. I'm solo. That should be instantly deactivated. Like, hopefully, that should be patched out. Like, that needs to be patched out. If you're playing solo, it should never time you out. I mean, why is it timing you out if you're solo? But outside of that, I think it was a good game, right? You went in, the game starts, you're all connected mentally via C-Link. So you're all kind of in this hive mind. You blow up the facility, you're exposed to this toxin, and then all hell breaks loose. And then you're all reliving your nightmares. And that's the basis of the game. So the fact that you're seeing wacky stuff like you're having a LSD trip with mushrooms actually makes sense. But people don't, people wanted different. They gave them different, and now they don't want different. So that's the problem with taking, you know, it's a double-edged sword. You can't win. Ventura, I haven't. I mean, I've played the beta for quite a bit, and I know that it hasn't really changed much from the beta that I played. So I know of the game, I've played the game, and I spent a lot of time in the character creator as well. So I know all the good stuff. I'd rather smoke weed. But in terms of gunplay, it was great. The guns felt amazing. Snipers felt really good.
Lego Party, Lego Voyagers, Mario Kart World, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, and Split Fiction. The best Sim strategy game nominees are The Alters, Final Fantasy Tactics, Ivalice Chronicles, Jurassic World Evolution 3, Sid Meier's Civilization 7, Tempest Rising, and 2 Point Museum.
So clearly, Final Fantasy Tactics is going to win this one. That's hands down. There's not even worth any point in talking about this one. Tactics is going to win. Everyone agrees with this. There's no disputing that. We can move on.
These games are nominated for Best Sports Racing Game. EA Sports FC 26, F1 25, Mario Kart World, Rematch, and Sonic Racing Cross World.
So, East Best Sports and Racing. FIFA's got a chance. Sonic Crossworld has a chance. Mario Kart might do, depending on how many Nintendros come out and how much Nintendo is paying, but that's about it. That's simply not true, Steve. You know that. It was 98%. But that 2% was pretty good. Yeah, I can see that, Ghosty.
Crossworlds. Now the nominees in our 3 esports categories, starting with
No one cares.
Best Esports Game. The nominees are Counter-Strike 2, Dota 2, League of Legends, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and Valorant.
Does anyone actually care about that? Anyone vote for that? I mean, I'm going to say Valorant just because my kid likes it, just for him. But, like, literally no one cares.
The nominees for Best Esports Athlete are
No one cares.
Brock, Chovy, Forsaken, Kakaru, Mena RD, and Zywoo. And for Best Esports Team,
And for a hat trick of no one cares.
our Special Esports Committee nominated these teams. Gen G League of Legends, NRG Valorant, Team Falcons Dota 2, Team Liquid PH Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and Team Vitality Counter-Strike 2. Okay, we're almost done, but there are still two very important categories to go. First, Best Game Direction recognizes outstanding creative vision and innovation in game direction and design. The nominees are Claire Obscure Expedition 33, Death Stranding 2 On the Beach, Ghost of Yote, Hades 2, and Split Fiction.
Okay, so this is definitely going to be either E33 or Death Stranding 2. Team Talk. Gotta work out those ones. But yeah, so yeah, that's clearly going to be a clash between E33 and Death Stranding 2. I think E33 will win that.
And now it's the big one. GOTY, Game of the Year, recognizing a game that delivers the absolute best experience to players across all creative and technical fields. For this year's awards, our global TGA jury has selected the following 6 games as the nominees for Game of the Year. Claire Obscure Expedition.
I mean, we all knew that this was going to be there. This will win it, and it should win it. And if it doesn't win it, it's going to get robbed.
33 from Sandfall Interactive. Death Stranding 2.
In my opinion, a very good runner-up. And if it wasn't for Expedition 33, it would win. But with Expedition 33 there, Expedition 33 will win it.
On the Beach from Kojima Productions. Donkey Kong Bonanza.
This game did really well. I haven't played it, but everyone that I've seen play it has praised it to high heaven. Even if it runs at 20 frames per second on the Switch 2. They still praise this to high heaven.
From Nintendo. Hades 2 from...
Why is this here? Clearly, Kronos should have replaced this.
Supergiant Games. Hollow Knight...
And Indiana Jones should have replaced this. No doubt about it. Indiana Jones should have replaced this. Kronos should have replaced Hades.
Silk Song from Team Cherry. And Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 from...
There's too much coming with Kingdom Come, man. There's just too much coming.
Warhorse Studios. There you have it, your nominees for Game of the Year. And now that those are official, you can anticipate Lauren Balfe and the Game Awards Orchestra playing their themes as part of our musical salute to the nominees live on December 11th. But before that, we need your help to decide which nominees become the winners.
No, you don't, because we only count for 10% of the vote. We don't even move the needle. Nothing we say actually makes any difference. Not being rude, just pointing it out. On FIFA doesn't matter because I dislike football games. I have an inherent bias towards normal football games. Woodpit, I think there were so many games this year that were Game of the Year nominees that they really should have expanded what it was. I'm not a fan of Silk Song, so it's not for me. And I'm not going to say I like it or it deserves it. I don't see why it's so special. It's just a Metroidvania to me. But you know, I really think they should have expanded how many games that they actually had available for this year in terms of that slot. I mean, we all know who's going to win it or who should win it, but more games definitely deserve to be nominated. They should have done at least 10, and if they did 10, Kronos and Indiana Jones would have 100% been in there. Vinci, probably. If the private server was active, they may have just snuck in. Or Jeff Keighley would have found a way. That's fine. I'm not saying that you can't like it, Darren. I just don't have to like it if I don't like it. Silk Song is nowhere near better than Indie. Mate, you like Gears of War. What are you talking about? That says everything about your judgment. Let's not go there. You're a Carmine fan. Come on. Literally, like the worst opinion ever. Like, not even Carmine likes Carmine, and you're there having his posters and simping for him. I know, Silk Song is in a far, far, far away galaxy, whereas Indiana Jones is back here on Earth, where it should be, where it needs to be, and should have been nominated for Game of the Year. But that's the nominations. I mean, I played Silk Song for 4 days, according to my Xbox app. Let's see. Let's see. Bada bada bing. See, what I said about Jeff Keighley was, if he's going to run this thing, he needs to run it without the bias. Now, we all know that he's a PlayStation fan. He's not hiding that. And I've got nothing against him being a PlayStation. But it's really hard to see how it doesn't influence his decisions on what is done. And I know he says that he's got no control or influence over what people do. It's just no one is buying that. No one is buying that he has no influence. Right? All right. Let's see what we got here. All right. So we are going to give away some codes. They are Steam codes, by the way, because those are all the codes that I'm given at the present. Until I can get some other codes, which I might be getting something soon, maybe, potentially. If you are in the vertical stream, feel free to come over to the desktop stream because that's where we'll be doing the giveaway. So please come over there. I'm going to set this up doing this. Everyone can enter. That's fine. All right. This is for a giveaway for WWE 2K25. So do an exclamation win to enter. Exclamation win to enter. Brothers, that doesn't surprise me. They had 10 nominations. I'm not seeing the thing there, Ricky. WWE 2K25. It is exclamation win to enter. Yeah, it's for PC. Like, these are all Steam codes. If I get any other code, be it PlayStation, Nintendo, or Xbox, I will specifically specify. It was a WWE 2K25. So I will let that go on for a little bit. Give it a couple more minutes. And then we will do our pull to see who won. Cosmic Invasion is coming to Xbox day one on Game Pass Ultimate December the 1st. Anyone excited for this one? You're gonna get Spider-Man. We get Spider-Man day one. How about that? How about that? You are Ghosty? There's a bunch of games landing soon. I haven't actually seen anything about this one. Is there like a trailer for this of some kind that we can have a look at? Cosmic Invasion. Exclamation win for... Let me see if I can do this. Okay, I can change this one. Exclamation win. There you go. Let's see if we can get a trailer for this. It is Cosmic Invasion. All right, here we go. The 1 minute trailer. Probably going to get me demonetized, and then we'll do the pull after this. Share this tab. And there's Krang. Okay, this looks kind of cool. We're getting Wolverine before PlayStation gets Wolverine. But I was joking about the whole Krang thing, by the way. This looks chaotic. It's a shame this isn't actually releasing before we do our community night. This would be really fun. I'm almost tempted to push community night back a week so we can have that available to play. All right, let's see. Everyone entered that wants to enter? It is day one Game Pass. All right. I'm doing the giveaway now. All right, Bullets, you win. Congratulations. You are the winner. And just so people know that I'm not chatting shit and I'm not cheating them, that he won. Yes, people have accused me with these giveaways that I'm not being fair and I'm making it up that people are winning. So I really, really hate that. I've got no reason to do that. Bullets, send me a message on Discord and I will send you the code right now. All right. Let's do a second giveaway. I will reset the thing. Let's see, giveaway. Let's reset it. Let's do another one. And I will tell you the game in just a second. I just need to give this code to Bullets. All right, let me just update my list. Okay, that's that. All right. So who? All right. So this next one I'm gonna do is gonna be for Injustice: Gods Among Us Ultimate Edition. Exclamation win. Good luck, man. Good luck. They've released 2 games so far, and both of them have failed. Just so you know, Quantum Error looked good too. Do you want for baby steps? I don't have a code for that. But tell us, you're going to buy the Xbox LIX, right? So you should totally want to get it for that. You know, the handheld that is never going to get replenished or re-released, or you know, the one that's basically just Asus and Microsoft decided, hey, we're going to come out of a really cool device, but what we're going to do is just make so few copies and not actually replenish them, so no one can buy them. I mean, that must have been a great meeting that they had around that table. Hey, guys, we need to release a new handheld, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to make them, but make them in limited supply. And then when we push it out there to people to buy, we're going to make sure that we're going to sell enough to make it look like, man, this is wicked. Everyone's buying it. And they are. And it's sold at least around 100,000 minimum, I reckon, but probably about 300,000. Asus have already said it sold way more than the original Asus did. So it's exceeded their expectations beyond recognition. So it's selling really well. But what we're going to do is have no supply so we can send all of our customers to our competitors like Lenovo and everyone else, because that is how you do sound business. Yes, I am very salty that I can't buy one. Okay. Just wanted to put it out there. I am very salty that I can't buy one. Right now, John, I'm doing a couple of giveaways and having a moan that I can't buy something that I want to buy. It's not wind, it's win. Maybe double check. All right. Let's see. All right, I'll give it another minute or two and then we'll thing. Tell us, you can't buy it in the UK. Nowhere in the UK has them. I checked, man. It was notify me. Either scalpers picked them up instantly or they just went. But Asus have already come out and said that they are struggling to keep up with demand and supply. So but you know, while we're giving it another minute, is this guy for real? Is this guy like literally for real? Like I'm not sure if he's for real or not, and I can't really tell. And I'd like to tell, but I can't really tell if he's being genuine or not. And I think that's the problem here. Does he actually believe that the Switch 2 is comparable to the Xbox Series X and the PS5? I mean, I get the Series S. That one I do get, especially with DLSS. DLSS is powerful. I can get the Series S. But does he honestly think that this is comparable to... Does he really think that this game is going to run above 160p? No, this guy is Nintendo, man. He is like a... He's saying that there is no... that has no power gap over Switch 2. Like, he's saying that dense fanboys need to accept that PS5, Xbox Series, I guess X here, has no power gap over Switch 2. The other... Steve, stop trolling. This is just... I don't even know why you would do this. Like, why would you post this? Mate, even the resolution of this image is just, like, bad. Diablo, I mean, Leaf, I actually believe he genuinely believes what he's saying. I don't think he's trolling. I actually believe that there is some form of mental illness going on here where he actually believes in some alternate universe that what he's saying is true. It's crazy, right? So, Andrew, if that's the case, that means Sony released a first party single player game on Xbox, right? If that's true, that means PlayStation has released a single player, story driven AAA game that is first party on Xbox. Are you agreeing with this? Because all you guys say is it's only the gas games that are going to Xbox. But what you just said there confirmed by yourself saying that PlayStation has released a AAA first party single player story driven game on thing. Yeah, but that's a gas game. Marathon is gas. And Marathon was always coming. Marathon's different. Marathon don't count. Before they bought Bungie, that was already agreed that it was coming to Xbox, and Sony agreed to that. That was a Bungie decision, not a Sony decision. I mean, if you agree with that, that's fine. You can continue with your narrative because at least you are showing the same energy, and I will fully respect that. But Death Stranding 2 is coming to Xbox and it's coming to PC as well. Just next year. It's a timed third-party exclusive. But if you are saying what you're saying, and I've got nothing wrong with what you're saying, buddy, it also means that you confirm that the narrative that no single-player, story-driven, AAA single-player games that are first-party from Sony will ever land on Xbox, that narrative is gone then. But yeah, this guy is crazy. And it wasn't even, I mean, he's going off this as well, right? I said a while ago that Rockstar was doing tests. And they're saying experimenting doesn't equal in development. Companies often test to see if a game is possible on hardware. And so he's taking that as guaranteed it's coming. It's coming. What a fucking loser. All right, we're going to pull another winner. Why so serious? You have won injustice. Among Us, Injustice Gods Among Us Ultimate Edition on PC. Please send me a message on Discord. If you're not a member yet, feel free to either join my Discord or just find me in the search. But you have won. Why so serious? But Death Stranding 2 is coming to Xbox and it's coming to PC. It's just a timed exclusive, like the first one was. Give it to someone else? Okay. Are you sure? Why so serious? I'm about to re-roll. Okay. Ventura 1555. I haven't seen him say anything in chat for a little bit. Are you there, Ventura? I need you to say something. And don't be pulling that ace out either. No one needs an Einhorn. There you go. He got the reference. That's good enough. Good enough for me. Ventura, send me a message on Discord. Because if I search for you, there's like a million and I don't know which one is you. Definitely is. Yeah, Darren, that's just Microsoft and Sony just being silly. Like, I'm keeping the same energy, right? I'm telling you that where Aaron Greenberg says Ninja Gaiden is considered a first-party IP, it is not. I'm keeping the same energy here. Enjoy, my guy. All right, let me just update my list. All right. Got some indie games, was just a list of indie games I don't know the names for, so we will do one more giveaway for some indie games. I'll bundle two. I don't know if you have them, and if you do, just feel free to give them to someone else, I guess, that doesn't have them. Because I don't know what they are. So hopefully you guys will think. Let's do one more while we're doing the story, and then we'll leave the rest for Thursday, and we'll do some more on Thursday. Let's see. Let's go there. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. And you can do exclamation win again. So I found this really interesting, right? Final Fantasy VII Remake's upcoming Switch 2 port was easier for Square Enix to optimize versus Xbox Series S. Now, obviously, this is Nintendo Wire saying it, and so it got me thinking a little bit. There's obviously going to be some biasness, so we had to go in and read what was actually being said. And so here we have it. Let me just make sure. All right, so we've got 2 people entered for that already. Exclamation win for the final giveaway. It's an indie game. If you have the game already, feel free to give it to someone else. In a new interview with Australian outlet Press Start, Final Fantasy VII Remake director Naoki Hamaguchi, who I have met, really nice guy, got some pictures taken with him as well, revealed that optimizing the game for the Nintendo Switch 2 was a bit easier than making concessions for Microsoft's lower spec Xbox Series S. While he still praises the digital-only machine and states, I think the Xbox Series S is still quite a high-spec machine, it seems the more limited memory presented more issues in optimizing the port. God damn that Series S! God damn it! The Series S with the damn memory issues. One detail noted during this interview is that the newer ports for Final Fantasy VII Remake are based on the PlayStation 5 version of the game. That was likely done based off of Intergrade being included, which is only available on Sony's next generation console. Wait, is Intergrade not available on PC? Is Intergrade not on PC? That's crazy. I thought it was. From there, the entire rendering pipeline of the game was rebuilt for Switch 2, which allowed Square Enix to include features such as DLSS, which Xbox and PlayStation 5 don't support, and specifically tailor assets to work best within the hardware specifications of the Nintendo device. And we all know that DLSS is way superior to FSR. There's no competition between them, which is something that the Switch 2 is going to benefit from. I just wish it had a little bit more horsepower. The Xbox Series S, though, has less memory than the Switch 2, which is always going to be a bit of a problem. So that proved troublesome for optimization. one thing this we had trouble with, and I think this is true for other developers, Hamaguchi said, is that Xbox Series S is available memory. It doesn't have a huge amount, so we had to work right up to the line to optimize the memory all the way to the end of development. It wasn't the same level of adjustment as with Switch 2, where we rebuilt the entire pipeline. It was really just the limited memory. That explains why a few Switch 2 ports look a bit better than the Series S versions. There is more RAM for developers to play around with, not to mention DLSS is available as an option. And that is always going to be the key difference between the two. That is always going to be the key difference between the two. Okay, Leaf, you're dreaming. No, DLSS is not going to get GTA 6 on there. And if it does, it's going to literally be a blur at 160p. Alright, so only 3 people entered. No one else wants to enter for indie games. Alright. Last chance. Last 10 seconds. Exclamation win. They can cloud stream it. That's not the same. Play your theme song. All right, here we go. All right, only 3 people entered. Ventura, you're the first winner. And the second winner is... So I said I'm giving 2 of them away. Steve-O. Sorry, Bullets, you had a 33% chance of winning, then a 50% chance, and now a 0% chance. Alright, I'll send you guys a code now. Enjoy, my guys. There is one. There is 2. We'll be doing more giveaways. I've got games like Arkham Asylum Game of the Year, Origins, Injustice 2 Legendary Edition. I know you guys are chomping at the chance for Suicide Squad. We've got Fear Ultimate Shooter to give away. We've got Destiny Legacy Collection to give away as well. We've got a bunch of indie games as well. Unfortunately, the indie ones I don't have any names for, so I can't really tell you what they are. So I send those out as is. But a free game is a free game, and if you can't use it, then give it to someone else. I'm sure someone will appreciate it. All right. That's the giveaway portion of the stream done. Let's continue with the stream. It's already been used? That's not possible. Okay, I'll send you another one. Here you go. Watch him now tell me that every single one I'm sending him is going to be used because he's using it. There you go. You might have them. I don't know. I did. He said he doesn't have it. He said it didn't work. I mean, that's what he said, right? Yeah. Did I? Is there another message that popped up that I didn't see from Ventura, Steve? Or was that the one that you were talking about? I sent him another code. Let me know in Discord if it's worked for you, Ventura. Nah, you don't need to send me a screenshot, dude. I believe you. You know, it's fine. It's fine. Like I said, the codes are given to me as is. So if it doesn't work, it's just, I don't know. It's fine. I trust my community is not going to lie to me. Game Pass games. Woo! Lots of games coming. The Crew Motorfest. Moonlighter. Monsters Are Coming. Cosmic Invasion looks awesome. We've just seen that. Banishers is a great one. If you haven't played this, I've heard really great things. It's on my to-do list. I've heard this is really, really good. Kill It With Fire. It absolutely deserves being killed with fire. Maybe I'll get my kid to play this on his Twitch stream because he likes spiders apparently. Ultimate Premium. Lost Records is landing. I'm going to check this out because I like these sorts of games. Don't know what the hell caliber it is. And the Revenge of the Savage Planet is landing. Really cool stuff. We also know that by looking at that page and then coming straight over here, let's get rid of this because the giveaways are done. We will have more on Thursday. Fortnite Crew is released today. Moonlighter is coming to PC and PC day one. Apparently it's PC only. Is it really PC only? It is actually PC only. Monsters Are Coming is another PC only on November the 20th. The Crew Motorfest is also landing on the 20th. Unfortunately, there is no game landing on my birthday, which is on the 22nd of November, which is very, very close, right? It is in 4 days. What exactly will you guys be getting me for my birthday, huh? 9,000 subs would be great. I'm just gonna put it out there, right, folks? Just gonna put it out there. Banishers is on the 25th. Kill It With Fire is on the 25th. And then on December the 1st, we've got Marvel Cosmic Invasion. How many players is Marvel Cosmic Invasion? Fever meme? I'll look into it. I'm not playing Huntsman. I saw my kid play it, and he's still terrified by it. He is still terrified by that game. You should buy it for him and make him play it. This sounds like a much better plan. And on December the 2nd, Lost Records Bloom Rage. Now, if we do want to check out Marvel Cosmic and have that on Community Night, then I would need to move the community stream from the 28th over into December the 5th. Why does the 5th sound like a dodgy date? It sounds dodgy. I can't remember why though. But yeah. I'm going to be 19, Telos. Don't worry about the silver hair and stuff. The silver streaks are just for show. Yeah, like I said, Steve, my son is really eager to play those. You should totally get it. I'm going to be 43. think. At my age, you just don't care anymore. So, yeah, some nice, decent stuff coming, and there's some dates. We also have this new titles confirmed for Xbox Play Anywhere. First Light for Bond is going to be Play Anywhere, so I'll be buying that on Xbox. Tides of Annihilation, I'll be buying on Xbox because it's Play Anywhere. Reanimal is a game. I know there's a demo available on Steam. I really need to check it out and see what it's like, and maybe do like a little preview video of it as well. I've really been interested in seeing what the hell this is and what it's like and what it will do. And I don't even know what it is, but I've heard lots of good things about it. People raving about it like crazy. But so far, these are the three. Silent Hill 2 is supposed to appear on that show as well, but I don't know what else is going to appear. I've heard nothing else outside of Silent Hill 2. So that's supposed to make a showing during the partner preview, but that's really the only one that I have heard that is landing. But these being Play Anywhere is good, is really good. 4 players online. Not too bad. I mean, that's the thing. Ninja Gaiden isn't a first-party game. Aaron Greenberg, Phil Spencer, or whoever the hell wants to say it can say it all they want. It's not first-party. It doesn't make sense to say that is first-party. But, you know, these are kind of cool. I like the fact that Microsoft is expanding Play Anywhere. But yeah. November the 22nd is when I'll be leveling up. That is a Saturday, and I'm planning on checking out Silent Hill F on that day, potentially, for a little bit. So for those of you that want to hang out, feel free. But yeah, the greatest gift that you guys could get me is to just share the videos on social media and whatnot. You know, retweet them, share them, post, and you know, get awareness and see if we can get to around 8,500 subs by the end of the year. That would be absolutely amazing. That would be like a great gift. No. Not Huntsman. Not Huntsman. We don't need Huntsman. Despite its high price, Xbox ROG Ally X sales have exceeded even Asus's expectations as the handheld is in short supply. You just can't buy it. Despite its high price. I mean, it's a high price. $800 is still... I mean, in the UK it's fine, but in the US it's like $1,000. It's high. It's not cheap. If you could, you'd send me a Kit Kat? Oh. No one wants a Huntsman gift. I've seen what's happened to my kid. Hey, Lucas, how's it going, buddy? Long time no see. How have you been, man? Hope everything is well with you. I mean, the Asus ROG didn't sell well, right? The Asus ROG didn't sell, like, nowhere near the copies of, like, a Steam Deck did. So, I can understand, especially with the new high price point that this was coming out at, why they would have had that port. because they looked at past metrics and said, right, the ROG when it released wasn't really selling well, and that was at 4,500. This is double the price, so we don't expect it to really sell out that quickly. What they didn't anticipate is the number of scalpers out there that have it on eBay. There are loads of these on eBay in the UK, and I mean loads. Honestly, I think the scalpers picked up all of them. I hope you feel better, Lucas. But, let's see. Just look at it. Look at how many. Look at this guy. He's got 4, 6, 7 of them. This guy's got 1, 7. He's got 1. Got another 7. Another. Are these even the same people posting these? Yeah, it's the same person. People posting like multiple versions. Like literally, the scalpers went in and picked them all up and put them on eBay. Guy's got 2 of them. Like, I am not paying scalper prices. But there's loads, man. There's loads. This is another seller. It's not the same one as the other one. He bought 7 of them as well. You know, I'm just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. There's loads, man. There is loads. There's pages worth. So, this is where they all are. Have a good night, Steve. So, you know. But a sale's a sale, right? It doesn't matter if a scalper's purchased it. The fact is, they sold out. And that's what people care about. But it means that people like me who actually really wanted one can't really get one. And that really sucks. At least for me. Oh. Yeah, I can see that happening, Ghosty. I can see that. Darren, just like those warehouses with the PS5s, they're all just sitting there. You know, these. But the fact is, scalpers make a lot of money. This one scalper showed that he had, what, I think, a whole warehouse full of PS5s. Like over 10,000, 20,000 units. Just sitting there. But he made over 30 million selling them at record prices. Or was it 20 million? Something like that. So his made for life. People were buying them for stupid prices. So even if those 10,000 or 20,000 or 30,000 PS5s sit there in storage, they've made their money, man. Because people are dumb enough to pay for those ridiculous prices. People were paying $5,000 at the time for these consoles. They're just dumb. Yeah, but that's why I'm not prepared to buy it. And the problem is, by the time this becomes available in stock, let's face it, the Xbox One X2 will probably be announced. What am I buying an outdated one? And then that cycle is just going to continue. I mean, I was looking at the AMD chipset that I want, the 9950 X3D, and they're already talking about showing the X3D2 at CES, which is great because I'm not buying the 3D2. Hopefully that will mean that the X3D reduces in price, which is definitely a good thing for me. But that is the one that I'm looking for. But hey, Epic finally done it after 7 years. 7 years after launch and 18 years after Steam. The Epic Game Store will now let you gift games directly to your friends. Something PlayStation just doesn't allow yet. They even beat PlayStation to the punch. I think Nintendo allows it. So right now, I think PlayStation is the only storefront that doesn't allow you to gift to anyone. Even Epic beat them to it. That's rough, man. So apparently, PlayStation. Oh my God. Tomb Raider released today, the definitive edition on Nintendo Switch. That's crazy. Man. Yo, I'm gonna be right back. Just give me a second. My kid's calling me. My kid's calling me. I'm gonna be right back. I hope Chair kept you company. Let's put this back on. Let's see where we're at with everything. So what's the argument now in chat? Someone want to give me the TLDR? Ghosty needs to learn from John. Why is that? I mean, wasn't it 2K Strauss that said that consoles are losing relevance? Not that they're not important, but they're losing relevance and market share to PC, and PC is really pushing forward now. It's becoming the main platform for most people. And I kind of get it because it allows you to enter gaming at any point you want of your budget. You can enter at a really low end, but at the same time, it allows you to upgrade to whatever your heart's content is. Darren, just like I don't care for achievements, I don't care for trophies, man. For me, trophies and achievements are just a way to get you to play games longer than you need to. I feel like they're cumbersome. They're just there to pad the game out. But I appreciate the fact that it's on premium, which means I can check it out. I think I've already got it, but on PC. But I'll double check. But yeah, like I don't care for achievements or trophies. I never have, and I never will. There are a couple of games that I will actively go out of my way if it's not difficult or time consuming. But like, my love for Final Fantasy is insane. I love it. It's my favorite franchise. And I still won't 100% those games. Indiana Jones wasn't difficult to 100%, so I went and did that. Kepler wasn't 100. Keeper wasn't difficult, so 100% did that. But in general, I don't really bother much with it. Like Asher, well, I don't platinum it. I don't intend to. I don't care for it. If it happens because I'm enjoying the game and doing what's there as part of like the challenges, and it's not making me go out of my way, that's different. And that's what achievements were originally, right? You complete the game, you get a platinum. And then they started adding all of these weird challenges like, hey, go kill 1,000 dregs, or go and do this and go and do that like a million times to get 20 achievement points. Like, I don't care. I'm not going to sit there and waste 10 years of my life for 20 points of an achievement for a trophy that doesn't mean anything, that is a digital item. Good on you, man. That takes a long time. I ain't doing that. I got like a year and a half playtime in that game. I ain't wasting my time doing that. There's like achievements in there that require you to mine and do woodworking and crafting like 10,000 times, 20,000 times. Nah, I'm good, man. I'm good. I like my life a little more. My time is more valuable than that. Yeah, like that, Ventura. I ain't doing it. There's no thing. Dude, I'm happy you get, fulfillment out of it. It's not worth it to me. I'll check out GTA. I should say check out rather than play, because you know, I've never been a GTA fan, but it's a big game to ignore. Too big of a game to ignore. Did you guys see that comment from Hazardor Gaming? He made a comment recently, and it's been picked up by a number of people, and they're kind of really going at him. And I don't think he said anything wrong, honestly. I had it here somewhere. Let's see. All right, so this is the context of what was being said. The parish said, Xbox President Sarah Bond commits yet again to next-gen hardware, which she did in the recent interview, bringing your entire library with you. Windows OS, potentially Windows 12, full backwards compatibility, PC digital stores. Not sure what else needs to be said other than the ball is now in their court to deliver. And Hazardor says they took themselves out of competition versus PlayStation and now trying to go up against the bigger giant Steam, which I think is crazy because they had more chance in beating PlayStation than they do Steam, who arguably does it better than Windows. Good luck. Right? And then you have Deadly Heady, who says, not everything has to be competition with something. But it is, right? Microsoft is competing with Steam. Whether they like it or not, they're in that space now. They're trying to get people to buy from their store. Yes, they're putting other stores on their hardware, but they want you to buy it from their their store if the game is there. The insistence that it does is exhausting. Steam and Windows have coexisted for decades. None of this is new. They're literally just options for consumers. If Valve wasn't trying to get into the space and become a dominant force, that Steam machine probably wouldn't exist. But they are trying to create a walled garden with Steam OS. That is exactly what they're doing. They're trying to basically create something that consoles have had for a long time, a closed-off ecosystem that is only going to be available with their products. No different to what PlayStation has done. Microsoft has an open ecosystem, but Sony has a closed ecosystem with its PlayStation 5, PlayStation Portal, right? You can't really use anything else to do what they are doing. So Steam is doing the same thing with the Steam machine, the Steam frame, and so forth. I swear this app is addicted to drama. And then you have this one over here. As of June 2025, the most frequently used OS by users of gaming platform, Steam was Windows at almost 97%. Linux followed in second place with a 2.57%, ahead of OS X with a 1.76% share. Now here's the thing. Right? Do you think, I mean, for me, the reason why there's a big discrepancy in the market share is because Steam can't play easy anti-cheat games. So they don't have access to games like Fortnite. And no matter how people feel about these games, I don't really care. These are massive. These games have multi-million players all the time. Fortnite, Battlefield, COD, FIFA, the Maddens, all of these games are massive, right? And there's more in this list. Now, they are doing work on easy anti-cheat, but essentially, the biggest games out there, even GTA Online is a problem, right? It doesn't work on there because of easy anti-cheat. At least that's what I read. If Valve finds a way to get around this, and not through Proton or anything like that, I mean natively, the moment you have to tinker, it's over. No one's going to tinker. But the moment you find a way to do it natively so they don't have to tinker and it just works, do you think that's when people are going to take Steam more seriously? And people are going to see them as more of a threat than that 2.57%? Gabe is smart. Gabe is just planting himself there now. He's planting himself into that console business, and he knows what he's doing. But their big bottleneck right now is EAC. Do you think that they're not doing their damnedest right now to try and find a solution for that? And the moment they do you not think that they're going to go for the gaming space entirely as the more efficient platform of the choice? So Ventura, he basically said what I've been saying for the past year. It's weird, though, isn't it? I say it for the past year that Microsoft should just release a script that allows Windows to be installed on it, which is really simple, by the way. They can do it if they wanted to. It's super easy. They just release it and say, hey, when you boot it up, do you want to partition your drive? It's going to format everything, and we will split it in half and have half Windows, half Xbox. I've said this for a whole year and no one's cared. Destin says it, and then everyone's saying, oh, Destin said this. No, so I'm just saying, I've been saying this for a year that they should do this. It's the chaos tax, isn't it? It's because I'm a nobody, Bags. I'm a nobody, so I say things and no one is... Do you remember when the 4 games got announced? I turned around and said that, oh, what was that? What was that indie game that Microsoft released? I forgot what it was called, a Pentiment. I posted that Pentiment was one of them. And everyone started laughing and saying I didn't know what the F I was talking about. And then Pentiment got announced in Eurogamer. What did they write? Breaking news. Pentiment is one of the games of the 4. And I'm like, I literally posted that like days ago. Come on. Give me some credit here. I've broken a few things. No one listens. Woodstar. Steam tried it previously. It was too early. They weren't ready for it. They didn't have the infrastructure for it. They didn't have the setup for it. And with what they're doing right now, they're not trying to step on anyone's toes. This machine that they're releasing is severely underpowered. It is basically trying to just say, hey, look, we're just minding our own business. This machine we're releasing is for, you know, like 70% of the people on Steam, based on the survey, who have really bad machines. This will just give them an alternative. But what they're actually doing is getting people into their walled garden ecosystem. Because on the Steam OS, the only real OS that you're going to have, because people don't like to tinker, is Steam. Now, yes, you can go into Linux and download Hero Launcher and install the others, but the average person is not going to do that. And if people turn around and tell me that you can install Windows one more time, no one is going to do that. That's a casual gamer. They buy a console for a reason. Plug and play. Not, I'm going to become a surgeon, as they would put it. So they're not going to do that. You and I will do that. 100%. But the majority won't do that. And the majority is what Steam cares about. And that majority is going to be stuck in the ecosystem of Steam. And they will not see anything else other than Steam. And that will be the only place that they can buy it. And they will have then created a walled garden. And then they're looking at the VR structure and saying, hey, Meta has this point. But what if we introduce our own VR and make it seamless with the hardware for it to work? It just auto connects. You don't even have to do anything. It's literally just plug and play. The moment you put it on, you get the option to stream off your Steam machine, or you can play natively on your VR headset. You don't have to tinker with this. You don't have to do that. Everything is native. You get the same menu, same everything. Do you see how this is slowly now looking like an invasion rather than just everyone mocking it and thinking they're being dumb? Valve knows exactly what they're doing. They're coming in underhanded and trying to look like, hey, we're just minding our own business. They are going for the console space, and they are creating a walled garden just for it. Right? This is exactly what Valve is doing right now. So, Andrew, what have I lied about? You also act like PlayStation fans don't lie out their butthole either, but, you know. They lie like there's no tomorrow. Like the PS Portal can run native games. Yes. PlayStation fans have agreed with this. They're all, you know, you have them on both sides, my guy. You have them on both sides. You have the fanatics and you have the normies. I'm a normie. Most of the people in here are normies. But you do have the fanatics on both sides. And yes, I wasn't joking. I've seen PlayStation Portal fans say that it can install native games, run games natively, which is weird. I've just told you that they said you can play native games off the PS Portal. I've seen it. That's literally a lie. Oh, I get that. I'm just saying that as an Xbox fan myself. So do PlayStation fans lie about what they play and what they do. There's so many PlayStation fans out there that say, "Oh, played this and played that," and then people expose their KGN gamer exposes their thing, and they haven't even touched it. You know, they've got like 4 platinums, or not even platinums, 4 bronze trophies to their name. I think you're only seeing what you want to see. Natively streamed. But yeah, so I think what Hazardor Gaming is saying here, you know, isn't wrong. And, you know, people saying like, you know, Microsoft is going to do this right now and whatnot. I don't know. They've kind of left the pond and then gone after the super big fish. I mean, they did take down Google and Amazon, so they have those under their belt. Because they did say their competition is Google, Amazon, and that's all they said, really, wasn't it? I think I swear there was a third one. And so Stadia's gone. Luna is kind of still there, but no one cares about it. And so they got rid of those 2 competitions. And, you know, Amazon as the publisher is also just finished. They closed shop everywhere. I just don't think Windows is big enough to take on Steam in terms of the gaming market. But Steam knows exactly what it's doing. It's positioned itself really well, and it is creating what Microsoft is trying to avoid, a walled garden. And they are doing it. They are actively creating that walled garden, whether they like it or not. Hey, enemy within. Glad Yote's not nominated for Game of the Year. I am an Xbox fan, but as a game, Tsushima is one of my favorites. Tsushima is amazing enemy, and so is Returnal. I still think Indiana Jones should have been nominated. I think it deserved it. And the good thing about being nominated for Game of the Year is it makes your game become more aware to a much wider audience. So even those people that weren't aware of your game will become aware. Just look at Balatro. No one really heard of it until it became nominated for Game of the Year. And after it did, the guy went from selling a thousand copies of the game to millions of copies of the game. And he became a millionaire overnight just because of a Game of the Year announcement. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean much to you and me, but what it means to these studios is that it's more likely we see sequels for these games that we cherish. So it does have a knock-on effect. So when they make more money, it shows that there's a more demand for this game, for this franchise. And so they double down and make more of that stuff. So there is a knock-on effect to all of this. And that's why, as much as it pays me to say it doesn't matter, there is a part of it that does matter, because it does have a financial incentive there that makes these games get the sequels that we otherwise potentially wouldn't see. What was last year's Game of the Year? Oh, Astrobot? But that made profit, man. I think it sold like 2.5 million. And that game made hundreds of millions in profit. It may have not sold nowhere near enough as what I would expect it to sell. I expected that game to sell a hell of a lot more because it was a really good game. But and it's a shame that PlayStation fans didn't come out in droves to support it the way they do other AAA games. But it made profit, and that's that's where it, that's where the buck stops. Should have been Prince of Persia. But yeah, so I think what Hazard was saying here is, I think people are underestimating what Valve is doing. 100% bags. I mean, they haven't sold 80 million. Come on, we all know this. They're probably sitting on about 65, maybe 68 million by now. We all know that they haven't sold 80 million, maybe even max 70. But they're nowhere near that 85 million. But even then, 3 million is still not great for a 70 million console base. I don't think it will ever come to PC, Ventura. Would be. I don't think. I mean, I know that there's some in warehouses that people still just have them rotting there, but I also think, the way like I was saying in my previous stream, the way consoles are now, they're really blurred, because I've owned 2 PS5s, but I'm only one user. My friend has owned 4 PS5s, where he's gone, traded it in, and got an upgraded version. He started from the digital, went to the fat, then to the slim, and then to the pro. But between us, that's 6 PS5s, but there's only 2 of us that actually play on those consoles. So, yes, the numbers are great there, but the moment you start releasing different editions, like the slim, which runs cooler and a little more efficiently, because the original PS5 had liquid metal leakages, so they fixed that by moving the parts around inside. And then they released a Slim, which permanently fixed that issue. So the moment you start having different variations of it and people are cycling through those as they upgrade their PS5 to the version that they want, it mars that number entirely. That 80 million no longer remains 80 million, right? So we're already looking at a much lower number realistically. And the same applies to you know, to some extent the Xbox as well. You've got the Series S and X. Some people who bought the Series S upgraded to an X. People like me who bought the S and X. You know, I bought the S for my son at the time, who was a console gamer before he switched to PC. But yeah, so it's not as prevalent, I'd say, for the Series S and X thing, because most people that buy a Series S know what they're getting and are going to stick with it and not upgrade. But yeah. But that's the point, Woodpit, right there. Right? Mate, I had like 6 or 7 360s. They were giving them away at one point with mobile phone providers. I had like a couple of cores that I got from mobile contracts. I had the Elite. I had the Phono edition of it. I had the HDMI edition of it. Like, I had all sorts of versions of it. The one that came with 20 gigabytes of hard drive, 60 gigabytes of hard drive. So, all in all, I think I had like 6 or 7 360s. And I was just one user. Just one. Just me. Because me and my brother shared the same gamer tag. Because we didn't want to pay for Xbox Live twice. So, we were just one. Right? So, that's like 7 360s. Do you see what I mean? How those numbers no longer really matter. What matters is the active user accounts on that platform. And neither Microsoft or Sony will reveal that number. And the question you have to ask yourself is, why? And if you find the answer to that why, you realize what I'm saying is true. I think I had 4 PS3s. I kept getting Yellow Light of Death. Yeah. It hasn't been turned on this year. Will probably remain that way until Wolverine. I'm still trying to play for GOTY. I'm constantly being distracted. No, you still from the... I mean, I can understand the online users. Not everyone's going to sign up to Nintendo Online. But there were some people that I've seen in, like, showing off the collections in Japan. They had every single Nintendo Switch Lite color, every single Nintendo Switch color variant, every single limited edition Nintendo Switch. You know, they had like 20 or whatever it was Nintendo Switches all stacked on their shelf. And that's one guy that had that. Obviously, that's a true exception to the thing, but you get the point I'm making. These numbers no longer matter. What matters is the number of active accounts that are playing. And if these companies aren't reporting those numbers, you have to ask yourself, why is that? You have to ask yourself, why is that? Hey, look, I've got a Switch too. I switched it on the other day for Kirby Racing for the missus to play. She had a good time. And then she put it down and it hasn't been on since. But she did put it on. Andrew, that's bollocks. The 360 was not garbage. Now you're just being pedantic. Now you're just trying to just be trolly and whatnot. That's just That's just bollocks, mate. And you know it. That is so much bollocks. I can smell the shit coming out from your mouth. Honestly. In fact, there is more bollocks in what you just said there than I care to even fathom. And you know what I'm saying is true. You're really trying to ruffle feathers. So I think you should just pipe it down a little. This is a little bit interesting now, isn't it? So they say Xbox hasn't won anything for a decade, but if we take everything that they actually purchased, it does change the picture, doesn't it? It does change the way it actually looks. They bought it, they bought it, they bought it. They bought it. They bought it. Oh, they bought their way to success. Realistically, this is what this image should look like. I mean, I had both Gen X, but I've always tried to have every console I can. Right? I've always done that. I don't want to. The way I've been, I think since PlayStation 1, I would say. Well, no, even before then. Like even like during the Mega Drive. My first true console was like from the trio was Nintendo NES. Then I got a Master System. Then I upgraded to a Mega Drive. Then I got a Super Nintendo. I got the PS1, Sega Saturn, and N64. So I've kind of kept a trio, and I've tried to own all of them along the way. My motto has always been that I don't want to be in a position where I can't play a game. If I want to buy a game, I don't want to have to spend 500 quid to buy a console. I just go buy the game. I save up my money, buy them all day one, and then I don't have to worry about it unless they die. And that way, instead of having to spend £600 for a game, I only spend £50 to £70 for a game. You wants to do another A Realm Reborn? What do you mean? They're bringing Final Fantasy 14 to Korea? Interesting. And plus, Xbox is copying off a Steam a little bit because they open up their platform so more developers can pick games on Xbox. They made it easier. What do you mean by that, Moon? I mean, I get Microsoft now no longer needing to pay for third-party exclusivity with the next Xbox because they just need to worry about their own output at this point, or whatever games are coming to Game Pass. Other than that, every other game is going to be available day one as long as it's on PC. We all want a Splinter Cell game, John. This is Atelier Reslarina. It's on PlayStation 5 and PC. It's an Atelier game. I've gotten really into the Atelier games as of late. I really like them. They kind of deliver a different type of RPG experience, and I'm really enjoying them. This was just some footage that I streamed some time ago. They've recently just released the trilogy to the Riser as a package. So I want to pick that up, the DX versions, because I never played the Riser series. So yeah, Chili, what did you mean about, doing a Realm Reborn? Is it like what RJS fans said and they're releasing it in Korea or what? Yeah, it's a shame that they went with Atelier Yumiya first with Xbox. It was, if you wanted to have like a big impact, they really needed to push Riser over at Xbox. And it's a shame that they went with a new entry rather than one that was guaranteed to succeed. What do you mean, Ghosty? I thought you liked X Defiant. I thought you was one of those 15 players. That would mean that they'd probably leave some platforms behind, right? If they revamp it again. Just don't do it in Unreal Engine 5. It's all I'm saying. Don't do it in Unreal Engine 5. No one needs it in Unreal Engine 5. I don't think they need to. Although I will say that after the Light and Dark, the Ascian saga, it's felt flat. That was a 10-year storyline. But jumping from one to one, different MMOs all the time, it's a lot of work to upkeep. Unreal Engine, no! Unreal Engine 6! They're a bit too thing. Ah, we have some quiet and order in the chat now. It's a nice change. That's Steam. What? Nah, just timed them out. That last message was a bit too much. It was just pure toxicity and hatred for no reason whatsoever. He literally became the person that he was complaining about. And I have a lot of tolerance before I time someone out. I think that that last statement kind of just pushed it over the edge. What topic we on about now? I think I've covered almost everything that I wanted to in here. The last thing we were talking about, like realistically, was how Steam is encroaching on the console business and how Microsoft, realistically, they don't care. But people are still like kind of hoping that Microsoft is going to fight in the competitive space, and they're not. But Steam is playing a very, very smart game right now. And it is trying to basically encroach and create its own walled garden. But there was something that someone sent me, and I am trying to find it, and I can't, and it's... I know I saw it somewhere. Yeah, I thought I actually had it here, but I don't. But ETA Prime has already basically created the Steam machine. That's the same power as the Steam machine. That's running with Steam OS. So he has one right now. He built it himself. Nah, someone just built it themselves. You can build one right now, Bags. It's available right now for you to just install the Steam OS on any PC you want. It's nothing special. You've been able to do it for years. The moment they had the Steam Deck up and running, you've basically been able to do it. Oh no, of course not, Heatwave. But that's not what they're trying to do. What they're trying to do is get those 70 people that are on Windows, 70% of those people that are on Windows, that are playing on Steam, over to the Steam OS, to Linux. And by doing that, Linux is going to gain a nice little bump up in the market share. And then if they can get the heads around and get EAC fully working on Linux later, John, then what you're going to find is that now they're going to get more people into that ecosystem, that closed walled garden ecosystem like PlayStation has. And now they're releasing a VR to combat Meta. The Meta headset is way better. But the Steam one just works. It's simple. It just connects instantly. There's no there's no messing about. It gives you the same OS kind of experience that the Steam Deck will and the Steam machine will. So it's literally going to be a unified experience, which is what Microsoft wanted to do. And that seamlessly, instantly, the moment you put it on, will connect with your Steam machine. So what they're saying is, if you get this and this, it's really simple. You don't have to tinker with anything. And the average person isn't going to install any, launchers or anything like that, because they just want it to work. Once they've established a foot in that console industry, then you'll see them release a much more powerful version of that Steam machine that will then be competing with, with PlayStation, while they have all the PlayStation games. And so their motto is then going to be, why would you spend money there when you can spend money here? When we get all of their games and all the Xbox games, under the hood Nintendo games, but then you get all these amazing PC games as well that no one else can have. Plus, we're going to be the only place that you can play Half-Life Alyx. And they may make a sequel to that VR game. So they're going to push that. It's a process. And that's what they're doing. They're starting off small, starting under the radar. Everyone is mocking them, and they know. But they're aiming for the low end first, and then they're going to work their way up. This is their plan. But it all hinges on easy anti-cheat. Everything that they're doing hinges on easy anti-cheat. I mean, time will tell, Woodstar. I'm just saying this is Valve's plan. I'm not saying it's going to happen. What benefit does Steam OS offer? Games just run better in general. There's no bloat there, so you've got more resources, more headroom, and it just gives developers more freedom to utilize more of the CPU, RAM, and everything else. It just gives them more. There's no bloat with Linux. Right. You're not listening to what I'm saying, Woodstar. They're trying to convert those 70% of Steam users over to the Steam machine by telling them this £350 machine that we have here, because I think that's what the price is going to be, is way better than what you're using right now. And it will give you way better performance. And it just works. And you've got access to all your Steam library, and you can buy games like you do currently. So why not come over to us right now with this Steam box? And let's say 30% of that switches over to them. That's a lot of people, right? But they're not looking at it in the sense that they're going from Linux to Windows. They're just saying, oh, look, I boot this up. I see Steam OS. What I see on the Steam Deck. I can browse my games. I can go to the store and buy the games. There's no real difference to what I'm doing. That's the experience that Valve is trying to give them. And so it's not a case of switching. These people are going to be switching without knowing. Valve is smart. What they're doing is very, very, very sneaky. But like I said, everything they're doing hinges on easy anti-cheat. If they can't find a solution for easy anti-cheat, they're wasting their time. No, at £500, no one's buying it. At £500 is way too much. Nah, it's not a good price. Not for the hardware. Not for that hardware. Valve is going to want to aggressively price this because they can subsidize. If there's anyone out there right now that is in the best position to subsidize, it is Valve. Because where else can you buy their games outside of Steam? Oh, USD? Yeah, USD I can see, but Great British Pounds? I think it'll be $350 with the console on its own, or the PC, whatever you want to call it, and then $400 with a controller. That's what I think is going to be priced at. I mean, we'll see in January. Or you can go and make one now for around the same price. Let me see if I can find it. ETA Prime.
Recently, Valve announced their...
All right, here we go. Let's watch this. Let's watch this. Let's see what he's done. I like this ETA Prime. You should definitely check him out. He's he does a lot of this stuff. Let's stop this. Let's just have a watch of this, and this will kind of tell you what I'm talking about.
Recently, Valve announced their upcoming Steam machine, and on paper, it looks pretty cool. Personally, I'm super excited about it, but it's not releasing until January 2026. So I figured I'd go ahead and pick up a small form factor gaming PC with a discrete Radeon GPU and build my own Steam machine. What I've got here is the Menace Forum HX100G. I picked this one up on eBay and I got it for a pretty decent deal. It was under $500, mainly because it was missing a couple pieces. Like one of the most important things for a mini gaming PC like this, the power supply. But luckily I've got one from an older HX90 unit that I had laying around. This is the HX100, so we've got better specs here and the GPU is a bit more powerful. But if you take a look around back, you can see it's got that 4-prong power supply. It's not proprietary, it's just kind of unusual for a mini PC like this. But the HX100...
So this one is actually more powerful, and it's just under 500.
G that I have here does have a pretty nice CPU. It's actually powered by an AMD Ryzen 7 7840HS, so we have 8 cores, 16 threads, and it is based on Zen 4. Over on the upcoming Steam machine, it is a Zen 4 CPU.
Yeah, we're finishing
up to
after
a
this
30-watt TDP. It's got 6 cores, 12 threads. We do have a higher clock over here, but as for the GPU with this thing, usually you see these with the Radeon RX 6600. This one has the Radeon RX 6650. And this does have faster VRAM than the 6600M. It's just a bit of a boost over that. And we still have 8 gigs of VRAM, but this GPU is based on RDNA 2. Comparing this to the specs that Valve has released so far of the upcoming Steam machine, that's got a custom Ryzen CPU based on Zen 4 with 6 cores, 12 threads, and it'll clock up to 4.8 gigahertz. It also is a custom Radeon 28 compute unit GPU, and it's based on RDNA 3 with 8 gigs of VRAM and 16 gigs of system memory out of the box, but I believe this will be upgradable. Either way, I do think that these are...
It is not upgradable. That is soldered in, and you cannot upgrade it. So this machine here that he's paid $500 for is superior to this one over here.
They're going to be pretty evenly matched. And of course, over on the Menace Forum unit, we do have a more powerful CPU here with 8 cores and 16 threads. We've also got that higher clock. But you got to keep in mind that Valve has been optimizing their drivers specifically for their hardware, like the Steam Deck. I mean, the Steam Deck does things that, the Steam Deck really shouldn't, given the specs of that thing. So I know we will see some good performance out of the Steam machine. But I still wanted to put this thing together, see what it would do.
Volume
I'm
better,
just
by the
using
way?
the Steam Deck recovery image to get this up and running. It's actually SteamOS 3.9 we've got on this machine. So far with this system, it seems like everything is functioning correctly. We've got Wi-Fi, we've even got Bluetooth here. So Wi-Fi is on. If you take a look in the top left-hand corner, that's what I'm connected to right now. Try to add a device. And usually, at least with newer systems, sometimes we do have issues with Bluetooth and Wi-Fi just because of newer chipsets. But we've got a little bit of an older setup. Now, it's definitely not ancient. It's a 7000 series Ryzen CPU here. We can set up that overlay, 8 cores, 16 threads here. If your display supports variable refresh rate, you can set it up here. You can also access HDR. I've just disabled it. Allow tearing, half rate shading. We're not going to be able to adjust the GPU clock because if I go up, it'll go to 16 and then it'll go right back down to 0, as you can see. So everything's going to be handled from the BIOS here. But it's actually a really snappy system, and I kind of expected it would be. If we go into our settings here, I'll show you that we're on official SteamOS. So from our system, if we move down a bit, SteamOS Hollow, we're on 3.9. I'm using the main branch right now. And you can see we've got that AMD Ryzen 7 7840HS with the 780Mi GPU, but we're not going to be utilizing that.
So this is basically a Steam Deck, right? I mean, not Steam Deck, a Steam machine. And so you've been able to do this for quite some time. It's nothing new. And I think my friend sent me something. Let me see. He sent me one link where it's a portable, well, it's like a mini PC. Let me just show you. I'll go back to the video in just a sec. But yeah, so this is what my friend sent me earlier today for £449. I know it's a bit of a saving, the discounting it at the moment. It's a Ryzen 9, so this is way more powerful than what they've got there. It's faster DDR. I'm not seeing what speed the CPU is, but it's got 64GB of RAM plus a terabyte of SSD that you can have. So, you know, you can do these right now. You can literally buy one of these and make your own Steam machine this second if you really wanted to. That shit's tiny. That's an iPhone. This is how big it is. This is what I bought my kid, by the way. Something similar to this, but not as powerful. His one's a Ryzen 7, I think I got him, or a Ryzen 5. But, you know, and he loves it. He's playing everything on low medium, but it does everything he wants. And it just works. You just load this up with SteamOS and you've got your Steam machine right now. This is why I'm saying it's not going to be as big of a deal as people think it is, because you can do it right now. The one that I showed you, I don't know. I'm not even sure if the Steam machine supports eGPU. I think this one might support eGPU. These tend to support eGPU, which makes them a little more valuable because eGPUs are there you go. Oculink. Support for Oculink. The Oculink interface supports high-speed connection, so you can basically plug a graphics card into it if you really wanted to. So this technically now becomes better than the Steam machine. Right? This actually becomes better than the Steam machine because if you really want to, you can plug a 5090 into this and off you go. Or whatever the maximum is.
Because we've got that Radeon RX 6650M. And this still has 28 compute units, but it does have faster VRAM. So I'm not sure how much more we're going to get out of it versus, let's say, the 6600M. But we've got a tiny bit of an upgrade at least here. 32 gigs of total system memory and 8 gigs of VRAM. And a system like this doesn't just have to be for gaming. We've also got access to the desktop. So if we go here to switch to desktop, we've got full access here. And I've got some applications installed. You could always use terminal to install. Just Control-Alt-T from your keyboard. It's going to bring up your terminal, otherwise known as console here. But we've got Discover, bring up your terminal.
All right. I'm going to be honest with you. If I showed that to 90% of the casual people who are on console, this will freak them out to the point where they'll have nightmares for days. Just seeing this open window with this tag here, this syntax here, is enough to send them over the wall and saying, no, I can't do this. Take this away. The nightmares are real. Kind of thing, right? This alone is going to scare the majority of the casuals away. They will, and so people saying, oh, everyone's going to jump into this and start tinkering and doing all of that. Bollocks. They're going to do that. People underestimate just how simple people like a console to be. They're not even going to touch this side of things.
No, otherwise known as console here.
But
we've got Discover.
But the average person won't.
And one thing I usually check for updates, sometimes, yeah, we've got 7 updates. And the Mesa driver needs to be updated. So this could actually help out with performance. Before I get back into gaming mode, I will update here. But yeah, from here, if you wanted to install some extra games, we've even got the emulator section. So we can go through, download PSP. SimU is still listed here.
Oh, I know, Leaf.
Bunch of
I know.
great stuff that you
I
can
know.
download directly through.
I know.
Or you could use something like EMU Deck. It'll install here just fine. But let me update, and then I'll get right back into gaming mode, and we'll test out some games here, because I got a feeling we're going to see some decent performance. I'll just update all. Okay, so all of those updates are complete, and now it's time to get into some gaming. Let's start out with Cyberpunk 2077. Now, one thing that Valve stated with their upcoming...
Did you also notice that you have to go into Linux in order to update? You have to go into the desktop in order to update. And yet not a single person is crying about that. But the moment you have to do that with Windows, every mofo out there is crying like there's no tomorrow. I just want to point out the double standards there. The double standards there is real, right? You don't see a single person talking about that, where you have to go into desktop mode in order to do your updates for your system. Even with the Steam Deck, you need to go into desktop mode in order to update. Otherwise, you don't get the updates. But no one talks about that. But the Xbox LIX having to go into Windows to update into desktop mode?
Steam machine is the fact that it can do 4K 60. We've got really close specs to what Valve has stated their upcoming Steam machine will have, albeit we do have an RDNA 2 based GPU versus their RDNA 3, but I think it's going to be real close.
Woodstar, the amount of... See, this is the thing, right? Stuff like easy anti-cheat and stuff like that, you know, companies don't have to worry about it. Publishers don't have to worry about it because Microsoft makes sure that Windows is compatible with it. If there's any breakage, Microsoft has to fix that via the OS level, and then they just make it work afterwards. The problem with Linux is that Valve is basically using a skin on their Linux. I think it's Linux Arch Linux that they're using. Another version, you know, it's a sub version of Linux. But no one is actually willing to take on that responsibility to maintain Linux's compatibility with everything. And the reason why they're not doing that is because it costs a ton of money to do it. It's a really heavy resource thing to do. So that's why they don't do it. But Windows does it. But you know, Windows has to make sure that its stuff is compatible with not only just Windows 11, but Windows 10 stuff, Windows Vista, Windows 8, Windows, you know, going all the way back. They've got compatibility layers on top of compatibility layers. Windows is a really complicated platform with millions and millions of lines of compatibility code. So, but it's being maintained by Microsoft, and people just really underestimate just how much work Microsoft is actually doing to keep everything compatible and running. They could turn around and say, right, we're just not going to fuck around with anything. If you've upgraded to Windows 11, only the stuff that works with Windows 11 is going to work. Otherwise, you need to have another machine that runs Windows 10. But they're not doing that. They're maintaining it for everyone else to use, which is awesome. But no one is doing that on the Linux front. There's not a single company out there, and really Valve should step in and actually take on that mantle. But it's a lot of work to maintain, because at that point, they become the grandfather of that maintenance, and they have to keep maintenance up forever at that point, and they're not prepared to do that. That's the problem.
Okay, so here it is. We're at 4K medium with FSR set to balanced, and Valve states that you can do 4K 60 FPS with FSR, but they never said it would be at ultra settings. And there's a chance, you know, they're talking about low, medium settings. So I went to medium, and even then, we just can't quite hit 60. If I took FSR to performance, there's a chance we could get there, but I don't think it's going to stay there all day long. So the next best thing here with this system is to enable a little bit of frame generation. And now, instead of running this at 4K medium, we're up to 4K high settings with FSR frame generation, and we're in the mid 70s with it. And yeah, if I was on a more expensive, higher end unit, I wouldn't want to use frame gen on like $4,000 GPU, but this is a lower end system. And being able to run it at 4K high in SteamOS like this is pretty awesome if you ask me. Feels good, I wouldn't mind playing it like this. Next up, we've got Spider-Man 2, and I'll tell you, I was actually pretty impressed by this because this is just a harder one to run on lower-end systems, especially at those higher resolutions. I'm not using frame generation right now, and I locked everything down at 60 because it kind of seemed to dip a bit more if I was over that 60 mark. So I've just got the refresh rate of the whole system set to 60, 4K medium with FSR set to performance. That's the only way I could get it here, but it's pretty locked down at 60 FPS 4K.
By the way, if you're setting it to FSR performance, this is technically internally running at 720p or less. It's basically taking a 720p image and upscaling it. Ghosted, man, the guy's living his wildest dreams. By the way, Mandalorian, feel free to I know you're on the vertical stream, and I appreciate you coming over to that one. You the man. We've also got the standard stream running as well. The link is above if you want to come over, or you're more than happy to stay there. I just didn't understand what you meant on the Baldy game. But yeah, technically this is running
The
at
next
720.
one I wanted to test was The Witcher 3, 4K medium.
And most games that are going to be running on the Steam OS, internal resolution is going to be 720p. Upscaled to 4K. Maybe 1080.
With FSR set to balance, and I'm not using dynamic resolution scale. If you start this up on the Steam Deck, it defaults to low with dynamic resolution scale set. So that resolution is actually dipping down quite a bit. But at 4K, with FSR set to balance, the game still looks good, and we're locked at 60. So far, this system's doing way better than I thought it would at 4K, and you know, I don't test too much at 4K with these kind of systems because I know what kind of specs we have. 1440 with everything that we're looking at does mid-70s up to the 80s, but it's pretty awesome to see 4K resolutions out of this thing.
Now, this is the one good thing about this system, the Steam OS. If this machine was running Windows, it would be bloated down a hell of a lot more. So it probably would have struggled to have the same frames you're seeing on here. So credit to Steam OS where credit is due. The less bloat and optimizations just for gaming is really good.
Elden Ring 4K high settings, and with this we don't have FSR. I don't have an enabled system-wide or anything like that to sharpen it up. It looks great like this, and originally I went in at maximum, but we were dipping way under 60 in the 40s. As soon as I went to high, kind of even right out there, but there were a couple areas where I still saw it dip. If I didn't have that frame counter on, it wouldn't be a big deal though.
Talos.
The last one I wanted to test was Borderlands 4, and I don't think we're going to be able to do this very well at 4K, even with frame gen on. So I'm at 4K low, FSR frame gen on, and it's dipping way under. So taking it to 1440 with this one is probably the way to go. But another thing to consider is this game doesn't work very well in Linux. I've tested on a bunch of different systems, and even on higher end cards that run it very well inside of Windows, it doesn't work great in Linux just yet due to optimizations. So we're going to take it down to 1440 here. So from 4K all the way down to 1440, and this should give us a much higher frame rate. Yeah, it's still not perfect, and it just really hasn't been in Linux, but it's definitely more playable like this.
I think you meant the Blade game.
So overall, with SteamOS 3.9 installed on this machine, I mean, it works really well. And I do think that Valve will be able to get that little Steam machine working at 4K, 60 FPS with a lot of games on the market right now. They do work their magic when it comes to their drivers, and especially Proton. So I could definitely see that happen with the specs that they have. But we still don't know exactly what the price of the Steam machine is going to be. And there's been a lot of speculation. Some people are hoping for, $400 up to $500. I do think it's going to be a bit more expensive than that. And I think the lowest out the door is going to be a $699 price tag and
Oh,
possibly up from there with more storage. But I'd love
$6.99. Oh shit. Yeah, nah. I'm good. I'm good, man. Yo, Valve, if you want to send me one for free to test out, I'll be happy to do it. But if you think at that price I'm gonna be picking one up, I don't know what Gabe is smoking on his multi-million-dollar yacht, but he can continue smoking it. 700. Same price as the PS5 Pro. Jesus. It's like I was like, nah, I don't see it, man. I don't see it. I don't see it.
to know your thoughts. Are you excited about the upcoming Steam machine?
I don't see it, man. I don't see it. I did not buy the Ouya. Not for want of trying, though. I did try to buy it. It died before I could buy it. The Ouya kind of came and died in the same week. I did try to buy it, but it died. Man, that price is like, no way. I still think it's going to be £350. I still think, mate, brothers, you know that the pricing over here, it's the same thing, right? They just go, ooh, $400. Okay, we'll just change the dollar sign to a pound sign. And that's all they do. Just look at what Sony did with the PS5 Pro. They just turned the dollar sign to a pound sign. If it's anywhere near 350 quid, I'll buy you one. All right. And we're never going to see Woodstar again. uh, uh, it's all right. We'll never see him again. It's going to create a new account just for it. Just for the stream. It's going to like, I will remember. Oh, that was a good laugh. All right, one final question, and then we call it there. Thank God they did it with the Xbox handheld. It's only $799 in the UK. It is. It's. I think the £800 price tag was right for the UK, and this one is $499 in the UK. But it is so weak. But this is the only one you can buy in the UK, and I don't want it. But I want a Windows handheld. Yeah, I'm not buying that. I keep looking at it as an alternative to the X, and I'm like, nah, blood, it's not worth it. We have no X. There's no X. There's none in the UK. And every time they do have some in the UK, they're giving it away to influencers. I'm like, look, dude, stop giving them away. There's people that want to buy them. But it is what it is, man. Oh, snap. Oh, no, 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 no. I need to show you this. I need to show you this. Guys, 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 listen to me, right? Listen to me, because I'm going to end it with this one, right? Aya Neo has created the first handheld that requires you to have someone else holding it while you play it. They've also created the first handheld that weighs more than it actually costs. You guys ready? This is the first portable device. This is designed to fit into your pocket. This device, when you play with it resting on your legs, I'm just going to show you. Shit's like twice the size of his head. Yeah, like I said, this is the first device that's designed to have someone else holding it while you play it. It weighs more than it actually costs. This is amazing. You have problems with your legs and you need surgery, but your local health department won't do it. Rest this on your leg for 5 minutes. You're sorted. His fingers just. I don't even know what to say anymore. I don't even know what to say. It's like, what the fuck? Oh man, look how thick it is. Jeez Louise, look how thick it is. Look, his actual fingers don't wrap around. Look at it. His fingers are not wrapping around when he's cradling it. Oh. But yeah, folks, it is 12:30. On that note, I have work in the morning. Oh, but this has been fun. This stream has been fun. I do apologize for Andrew. I let it go on as long as possible, but that final comment, I just had to I had to time him out for 24 hours. I think I gave enough leeway. It just wouldn't stop, and he got worse and worse and more toxic as it went on. So I do apologize about that. I should be a little more stricter than that. I thought we had some mods in the chat that were dealing with that stuff. I'm guessing they both, well, most of them left. So, what's wrong with you, Leaf? I probably will. Diablo. Of course you're okay. Yeah, he just got really nasty towards the end, and I don't really understand why. I just don't. There was no need for it. He literally became the person that he was arguing against. Like he was saying, Xbox fans were this and that, and it just became stupid at that point because he just literally became the person he's arguing against. Oh, I don't care about your Nintendo talk, mate. It's an opinion. As long as it's clean and it's not toxic, I'm okay with it. I don't mind discussions going back and forth, whether you're Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation, Valve. It bothers me when it gets toxic. Once it gets toxic, that's where I draw the line. Yeah, Andrew just crossed the line. He was just being absolutely pedantically stupid. He was just getting more and more toxic as it went on. Yeah, I timed him out bullets. In the end, I just couldn't take it anymore. I gave him chance after chance. I even told him to pipe it down at one point. He then just decided, like, despite the fact I told him to pipe it down, he decided to double down on it. And I just said, that's it. I'm done. I'm not dealing with it no more. And off he went into the sunset, riding into the high noon. But folks, that's going to be it for tonight. Well, thank you so much for hanging out. I'm going to try a test stream tomorrow. It isn't going to be a normal stream. I don't know if it's going to appear as a live stream or not. If it does, feel free to jump in and hang about for 5-10 minutes. It's only going to be a test stream that I'm trying to get this whole vertical stuff sorted so it can be a bit more efficient rather than having everyone jumping between the two because YouTube only shows one. So I'm going to be playing around a bit with that tomorrow. So if you do see it, it's not a normal stream. It is just me playing around now that I've got my Mondays and Wednesdays off. But with that said, thank you so much for hanging out tonight. I've clearly just secured myself a free Steam machine where now that it's going to be 350, 400 quid. So that's great. That's all done. And yeah, I guess we'll never see Woodstar ever again. Have a good night, folks. I'll see you on Thursday. Peace out and remain legend. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Definitely on the subscribe front. Trying to get to 8,500 subs. Bye.